He's trying to get night,
I'm addicted to the truth.
I'm ready.
It's a dangerous love affair. Can't be scared when it goes down. Got a problem? Tell me now. Only thing that's on my mind is who's gonna run this town tonight.
It's now time for the Natural State Sports Podcast with Michael Carnahan, Aaron, and Mike Pettis, where we take the biggest sports headlines across the spectrum that is sports, and we break it down for you, the fan. It's coming at you in just a moment.
Dave Roberts. I'm talking 5 comma 6 0 shots 0 tear back to running circles round niggas, now we squared up. Hold up.
Life's a game, but it's not fair.
What's up, everybody? Welcome into night one, round one of the NFL draft, and we're about 2.5 minutes away from the Jacksonville Jaguars going on the clock, but while we still have a little bit of time, I kind of want to address the breaking news today that Aaron Rodgers has told the Green Bay Packers that he is not planning to return to the team. This throws a giant wrench in a lot of draft strategies, in my opinion, should a trade occur tonight. Pettis?
Yeah, man. I mean, we heard it. It really started last year when Green Bay decided to draft a quarterback, I believe, in the first round. We started hearing the grumblings with the great Aaron Rodgers guy. Hey, guys, let's face it. Aaron Rodgers is a generational talent, first ballot Hall of Famer, great player. It would be just they lost this guy, even at 37 years old, man. So this is definitely huge. As you can see, this guy is a California native. Grew up a Dodger fan, as a matter of fact. I would trade the third pick. I would trade the guy. He's a Hall of Famer generation talent. I would trade the farm for this guy at 37 years old. That's just how much admiration I have. This ain't for Green Bay. This is anyone else in the league.
So I know how good this would be for the Niners, but I'll always pose this to you, Aaron. 37. We know how good Tom Brady is at, almost 5, 6, 7 years older than that. He just won a Super Bowl. But how many Tom Bradys are there? Are you really willing to go a third overall and then next year's one just to secure Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, because if you get Aaron Rodgers, next year's one's probably let's be honest, probably going to be in the high 20s anyway.
Right.
It's not like you're going to be giving up, number 3 pick this year and number 1 pick next year or anything. You'll be giving up number 3 this year and probably 25 to 32 next year. I as a Cowboy fan, I can't stand Aaron Rodgers because he kicks up every single time we play him. But all in all, he is probably the best quarterback. He and Tom Brady are the 2 best quarterbacks still going today. And if you get a chance to get Aaron Rodgers 37, 27, you gotta take. You're the 49ers, you gotta take a shot because you're still getting something with him. Whereas you don't know with Mac Jones or with the kid from Trey Lance, you don't know what you're getting from those two. But Aaron Rodgers, did he not win the MVP last year?
He did.
So MVP, and he was one bad, stupid decision from their coach away from going to the Super Bowl. So absolutely.
Right.
Now you look at this, and of course we talk about how he could change a franchise, and how likely you're not giving up a full, you're not giving up exactly what 2 firsts would be. You're giving up, a top 5 pick, and then probably, like he said, top 20 pick next year at worst. So, the question I have, does the Niners have the weapons at this point? Are they a quarterback away?
Well, guys, you got to remember, less than 18 months ago, this team was in the Super Bowl and 6 minutes from winning it. a holding call here, a big play here, Patrick Mahomes getting hot. You're talking about number 6 for the 49ers. So, not big, but I think this team is on the championship. The roster is there. However, you have to have the brains behind it, which is your quarterback. So, it's important that they get this right, man. I mean, like Aaron said, I mean, you throw Aaron Rodgers in this offense with this team, with the mastermind right now, you're talking at least competing for Lombardi Trophy.
Absolutely. And we're about to get started. I'll be right back. Aaron, talk to us.
I just think, like, you know, George, you got a healthy George Kittle, a tight end. I don't know if Aaron Rodgers has. I mean, he had weapons in Green Bay. I'm not saying he didn't. But George Kittle is, when he's healthy, he's the best tight end in football. So you get him with Aaron Rodgers and get any kind of running game. And their defense, even last year when Garoppolo got hurt, their season kind of fell apart. It wasn't really the defense that caused it. They kept them in games. They kept them in games quite a bit. So a good defense, you got the best tight end in football, and Aaron Rodgers, who's going to be motivated. If he goes home, he's going to be motivated to win a Super Bowl there. That's his home. So
I just thought at least I'm gonna give Cal Shanahan and John Lynch credit. It was a smart move to exasperate all of your options. You know what I mean, Aaron? From the standpoint, I've been reading to it because I kept a close watch on the scouting and on the process in the draft. They did all the due diligence and homework. So no matter whom they pick, in which some people want this guy, some people want that guy, we understand. They did all of their homework and their due diligence, you know, and they exasperated their options, you know, by looking at the Aaron Rodgers deal, looking at the situation with a young Aaron Donald, which talent hasn't been tapped. You know what I'm saying? Looking at moving up in the draft. So, you know, you have to give those guys credit on that end. But back to Aaron Rodgers, man. Whoever gets this guy that has a roster that's on the cusp of getting to the Super Bowl winning are going to be in great shape.
You're absolutely right about that. So the Jaguars are about to officially go on the clock. Any sort of controversy here, or do you think they're going to screw this up?
Did we find Jimmy Hoffa? So I think this is in stone, guys.
I think it has to be. I mean, you're talking about, we just talked about a lot of the things that we talked about about Aaron Rodgers. You got to talk about with Trevor Lawrence. I mean, this kid is a once in a generation type quarterback.
Great, man. Hey, 6'6", rocket arm, played in one of the best conferences in America for 3 years. Won a college national championships. Played with a lot of great players. Played for the great Dabo Swinney. This kid is the real deal, man.
I think he's the real deal too, but I will say that at the risk of not, you know, because last Saturday we all three kind of looked at Mac Jones and said, well, do we really know anything about Mac Jones? Because he played with some of the best talent in the world. Trevor Lawrence, I mean, Clemson's been right there with Bama for the last 5 or 6 years as the 2 best teams by far in the country.
You know, that's not a lie. That's not a lie by any stretch of the imagination.
He's going to be playing with less talent in Jacksonville than he probably, at least the first year or two, he did at Clemson.
So here's the thing, though. Does it make you more comfortable in Jacksonville knowing that he's got a guy like Urban Meyer who's going to be his first-year coach coming in his first year from the college game? They're both going to be kind of learning on the job as far as this NFL thing goes.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I agree with that. It's football is football, you know. Football is still executing, tackling. You know, I mean, football is still football. It's just the level that people get better each level that you progress to, so we understand that. One thing we all can agree with Urban Meyer, it's in stone. He's a winner. Bowling Green, Utah, Florida, Ohio State. This guy's a proven winner. However, this is the NFL. It's a different beast. So
it absolutely is.
It is a different beast. But he brings the same passion, the winning attitude, and desire to this. He may just be successful in this, guys. What you think, Aaron?
The only thing that worries me, I have no doubt, like you said, Urban Meyer's one of probably the greatest coaches ever. Like he's done it all. He's won everywhere he's been, just like you said. But basically, we don't know. I mean, Steve Spurrier was a great college coach too, and it didn't translate to the NFL. Right. Some college coaches can do it, and it's like no big deal. It's like, hand in a glove, works perfectly. Some college coaches can't. We here at Arkansas, remember Bobby Petrino? Now, I personally am a fan of Bobby Petrino. I think he did amazing things here, and he did great things in Louisville. But when he went to Atlanta, it was awful. It was a train wreck, and so we don't know if those NFL players are going to look at Urban Meyer like, hey, this is the guy who wins, so we better listen to him, or they're going to say, hey, this guy don't know nothing about the NFL. We won't know that until September, until they start playing for real.
Right. Man, I definitely agree with that. Like you said, all of it's a crapshoot. I mean, he's definitely proven at the college level, and once again, it's a totally different beast at the NFL level. Look at Nick Saban.
Another one. There you go. Yeah, I forgot all about Nick Saban.
Nick Saban is in the same breath as the great Paul Bear Bryant. However, he sucked in the NFL. He sucked it with the Miami Dolphins.
Those NFL players, he can go to a college team and yell and scream and get in guys' faces, and they're almost intimidated because it's Nick Saban. Those NFL guys look at Nick Saban and go, you know what? We make more money than you. We're not scared of you. So go away. I mean, that's what some former Miami players said that they felt that way by the time he left Miami. It was like, we don't respect you because all you do is yell and scream and treat us like crap. Like a bunch of little kids. The one thing about Urban Meyer don't really do that. He seems to be more of a player's kind of coach than a strict kind of guy like a Nick Saban. So, like I said, we won't know until September, but I think Urban Meyer will do great. There is other things to think about though.
Well, I just think that I think he'll be fine. It's gonna really it's depending on how this quarterback situation work out. Maturates into the player that we expect. I think that he'll definitely be fine, from the standpoint. Urban Meyer is he's definitely a CEO type. He coaches his coaches. And, that's what the NFL is, man. I mean, it's kind of a business-like approach. Coaches aren't in players' faces like you said, Aaron, screaming and hollering. They coach their coaches to coach their players. And, NFL, most of your work comes during the off season because you're a pro. When it comes time to run, when it comes time for camp and the regular season, they don't do a lot of hitting and a lot of things during the regular season. Man. All that stuff's out the way. So, like you say, if he can adapt to, being a CEO type, which I think he is, and treating players as professionals instead of adults and kids, he may just be successful, man. I can see him being successful in Jacksonville.
Absolutely. And we're waiting, I believe, still for the commissioner to officially put Jacksonville on the clock. But, I mean, we look at this. Then you look at the New York Jets and the problems that they've had for, what, over a decade now?
Forever.
I mean, I told you, I think earlier before we got started that I'm not convinced that the
so y'all seen a live band at the draft. That's awesome.
I mean, that's awesome. I think it wasn't last year, but the year before was the year that they had the band as well. I forget. I want to say, was that Kyler Murray? Not last year, but the year before. Was that Kyler Murray?
Yeah.
I thought so. So, I mean, we got a lot of teams here at the top of the draft. It's very quarterback heavy. We're looking at least 2 for 2 with quarterbacks. If you're Atlanta, I think that's where it starts getting interesting. If you're Atlanta, do you go quarterback or do you go offensive line? Do you stay with Matt Ryan and, fully go all in, which is what they have to do. If they want to keep Matt Ryan, they have got to go all in. And I actually think you're a little bit faster than us. We just got to that point where the lights came on. But You have to be all in at a certain point, and I'm not 100% convinced that Atlanta will give up, so to speak, on Matt Ryan right now.
I don't think they're going to either. It seems pretty. From everything I've read, everything I've seen, they're leaning towards Kyle Pitts if he's still there, at tight end from Florida. So that I think they're just trying to get him more weapons. I mean, that seems to be where their head is: more weapons for Matt Ryan and let him do what he does.
I mean, and that would be the smart pick in my opinion. Kyle Pitts, and we're looking at Aaron Rodgers today as the commissioner's speaking. We're looking at Aaron Rodgers today. If you're Atlanta and you choose a quarterback, kiss Matt Ryan goodbye. Matt Ryan's not going to retire a Falcon. I think this is what we're looking at going forward. Aaron Rodgers is setting a precedent today.
Yeah, man.
It'll also be
Mike and Aaron. It's hard to replace a Hall of Famer, man. So if he still has something in the tank, it makes more sense to get weapons.
It absolutely does.
Because his replacement could be Ryan Leaf or Jake Locke or somebody. What's his name? Jake Locker? What was his name?
Yeah, Jake Locke.
Yeah, he's so you gotta be careful, man.
Well, and see, they said that Denver may be looking for a quarterback. They may not be 100% sold on Bridgewater. Even though they got him for cheap as hell. I mean, a sixth to me is pretty cheap for Bridgewater, who's going to be, assuming they don't draft a quarterback tonight, a day one starter.
Man, they drafted Drew Lock, 2 years ago out of Missouri? I like him. I mean, he shredded the University of Arkansas for 4 years. I just think it's one of those things, man, where sometimes you see a kid with talent, you may have to try to develop him. This is year 2? And you're steady talking about drafting quarterbacks. It's no means to the end. You almost take some hell. You gotta. They may struggle early, but does he have adequate enough weapons? Does he have protection? I mean, that's things you got to look at. And John Elway, I mean, being a quarterback and playing in the league, he should know that. You just can't keep drafting quarterbacks every year pushing reset.
Absolutely.
Does he have adequate enough weapons?
As we're sitting here, I believe, did he just put him on the clock here?
I think so.
It looks like he just put the Jaguars on the clock. How long do you think it takes Jacksonville's people to get this card up to the commissioner?
What's up, Cleveland? How about them Brownies, huh?
Less than a minute.
Right.
Here we go.
You are a living dog.
Here we go. Here we go. How about this? Let's get this draft started. That is kind of awesome, man. The atmosphere is awesome.
I'm pretty close with the city of Cleveland. I've been there a bunch. I lived there for a while. They're pumped for this. I got some friends that have told me how pumped the city is for this right now.
And this is where it goes here. We have the this is interesting. They're gonna have the I guess a fan from each squad come up and sit in the chair while they wait. She's not going to get much time in the spotlight, though. I'll say that much.
It really sucks. Her moment in the spotlight and her face is covered in mask, so her friends can't really see her.
Right.
You can see her eyes from here.
So here we go. 10 minutes. Like you said, I mean, Aaron's got to be right on this. We've got less than a minute before this pick up, man. It's going to be Trevor Lawrence. I mean, and I see somebody kind of waving a card around. I mean, this isn't even a discussion. There's Tony Khan that owns AEW in the war room there.
Urban Meyer kept saying over and over again, "We cannot screw this up." That was his quote over and over and over again. We cannot screw this up.
I mean, they can't. And here's the thing, though. The interesting thing is now you're talking about Trevor Lawrence coming to lead an offense that you expect to be pretty impressive with just Lawrence there. And now you're talking about today, Tim Tebow has requested a tryout at tight end for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And knowing the relationship he has with Urban Meyer, I'm inclined to believe that Urban's at least going to give him a shot.
Yeah, he'll definitely get a shot. But my thing is, he should have did that 10 years ago. What the hell?
Right?
Yeah.
He should have actually tried in New England.
You know, you don't wait till your collegiate coach gets in the league and do it. But that's a whole nother story. He's a good athlete, man. His body's fresh. He still got legs. He'll probably make the team.
I really thought he was going to make it in baseball. I really did. He was. I mean, every time you'd see highlights of him, he was getting hits. He was on base. We know he can run, so
Right.
Stealing bases wouldn't be an issue. I really thought he had a great shot at the pros, but I think he gave up on that probably a little too quick. But this is why he wants to.
Yeah.
He still wants to play football.
Well, and I mean, you look at the pick here, and they just showed a graphic. Trevor Lawrence at 32 wins, the most wins by any Clemson player in history. That's something. That's impressive.
That's very impressive. You know, you just.
And if you think about it, before what's his name got there, they really didn't do much of anything. They weren't that good until Dabo Swinney got there and started bringing. I mean, he's obviously the savior of Clemson football.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's got a 2018 national champion, a 3-time ACC champion. I mean, this kid is just a proven winner. I don't know how long it's going to take Trevor, though, to get the Jaguars. So how long do you give Trevor here? So I realize he's a number 1 pick, and most people don't want to give him very long, but with number 1 picks. But how long do you, and actually we have the unhappy Packer joining us. This is Chris joining us here. Chris, we're talking about the number 1 pick here as we wait what we expect to be Trevor Lawrence out of Clemson. How long do you give this kid to turn the franchise around in Jacksonville before you start talking about whether he was successful or not? I mean, you're going to have to give this kid a while, in my opinion. Jacksonville's a mess.
I'm just here for the comments. That's it. You know why I'm here. You know why. Come on now.
Yeah.
Come on. Look at the screen right now. Look at the name. Unhappy Packer fan right now. I am very unhappy right now, and not because Aaron Rodgers is ready to leave Green Bay. Hell, I welcome it. But as far as you know what. Wrong segment. I'm sorry. My bad. I'm sorry. I'm just here. I'm just here for the comment.
Hey, it's fine. We're looking at that 3 slot awful hard. No trades been made yet, but if it's going to happen, it's going to be San Francisco, I think. If it's going to happen tonight.
You think it's going to happen tonight?
I wouldn't. If it's going to get done, it better happen tonight. That's the only way I see it is for a 1, and it's probably got to be a top 10 1. Aaron Rodgers is worth a lot.
I don't see.
Bro, like he is the best. Like if not the dude, he is a quarterback god, dude. Come on. Of course he's gonna be worth like millions and trillions and billions of dollars. I mean, like I told you, if he leaves, I'm leaving too. Come on now. Like, come on now. Hey. That's my quarterback. Come on, hold on. For the people that's not watching right now, come on now. That's right there. That's my quarterback. And if he leaves, I'm leaving.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
The Packers are going to play hardball, guys. They ain't going to just let dude go like that, I promise.
Oh, I know. But the thing is, bro, Mike, the problem is that the Packers fucked up. They fucked up bad last year.
Yeah.
They fucked up.
I thought they should have been in the Super Bowl. So, man, that's almost worse than the 49ers. What was the Super Bowl against Baltimore? Not giving the ball at the 4-yard line. Or
you talk.
throwing a 2-yard
Oh,
slant.
never mind. I'm thinking about the wrong one. Never mind.
Or Russell Wilson throwing a 2-yard slant in the Super Bowl. So yeah,
Right.
I get
Oh,
it.
wait, you talking about Seattle versus the Patriots?
Yeah.
Oh, you talking about
Almost a
that?
yard and a half. Almost a
Oh,
yard and
it
a
was
half.
it was snowing hard that night, and when I see dude, I was like Sherman, Rick Sher or what's that, Richard Sherman's face. I was like,
Yeah, he was just like,
heart attack. Oh,
oh,
that shit was painful, dude. That was so painful.
It was. It absolutely was. This is taking a lot longer than what I expected.
Yeah, what are they waiting for at this point?
We got 3.5 minutes left, and they ain't turned in a card yet.
the NFL.
Wait a minute. Okay, so okay, because I'm watching ESPN. So what y'all watching? Because I want to be.
I'm watching ESPN.
Okay, because like okay. I guess I'm like behind, like by like a millisecond or some shit. Okay.
Yeah, they're all different.
Okay.
Yeah, we're all a little bit different. He's showing Trevor Lawrence. I'm looking. Yeah, I just got Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, I'm looking at her right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trevor's sitting here like, is that my phone? Is it ringing? Is it on? Are you sure it's on? Like, could you imagine what's going through that kid's mind right now?
Like, dude, like all of a sudden, like my day literally was busy as fuck because I work for Spectrum. Like, I work for a cable company. So like I'm thinking like in my head, like my day cannot be any more shittier than what it is right now. So my friend, no, you hit me up and I'm like, this motherfucker can't be just he can't be serious right now. So then I asked my coworker. He was talking about if you talk about the same thing that I'm looking at right now, I'm looking at his screen. I'm like, oh me. I said, oh fuck me. But you know what? Honestly, I knew Aaron was disgruntled right after the NFC Championship. I knew he was disgruntled because I'd be disgruntled too. Like for real. Like number one, this has been a long time coming since we actually had home field advantage and we hosted the fucking NFC Championship at Lambeau Field only to lose it and to get blown out.
Yeah.
You won't be disgruntled either?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a multitude of things for him with Green Bay.
Right.
Man, I said, look, if Aaron leaves tonight, I wouldn't even be mad at him. Matter of fact, I will applaud him.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I can't knock him if he leaves tonight either.
I can't knock him either. I mean, bro, you've been there for 10 years. You are an elite quarterback.
You are a Super Bowl to them.
You are a 3-time like MVP. Dude, and you on the only thing you have to show for is one Super Bowl ring. No, you gotta go. You gotta go. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
And he really didn't have a whole lot of help.
The great thing is, bro, is that the Packers are not willing to build a Super Bowl worthy team around them.
I would agree. I mean, you know, it can be argued that he was the MVP last year and all that, but that even to me screams more for why Aaron's wanting to leave. Because I don't feel like Green Bay respects him. As we got the commissioner walking to the podium, we assume with Trevor Lawrence's name on the card as the first overall pick here. So no trade yet. Keyword is yet. I wonder if he's going to let the woman make the announcement. Oh, hell no. He's the fucking commissioner.
Right.
So, okay. I'm making it y'all. Okay, so, okay, never mind. I'll let y'all see it.
Okay, it's exactly who we think it is, Trevor Lawrence from Clemson. And you know, we talked about Aaron Rodgers, and I look at this kid and I see a lot of the same traits. This kid is a tall, mobile quarterback, and all he does is win. This guy has done nothing but win since high school, and now he is, going to be looked at as the savior of the Jaguars. How, though, we've seen Jacksonville in this first position taking a quarterback God knows how many times. How long do you give this kid? I mean, they have a terrible draft track record with quarterbacks. How long do you give this kid to at least get to the playoffs?
Gotta give him 3 or 4 years.
You gotta give
get to the playoffs, maybe more than that. Probably 5 or 6 years.
3 to 5.
You look at that division. The Colts are good. The Texans are probably going to be, decent at least.
Another disgruntled quarterback in that market.
The Titans are right now the beast of the division, pretty much. So you're not in an easy division, and you got to play these teams twice a year. And good luck to them. But like you said, Jacksonville has been so crappy until they prove they can actually make this matter. Then I'm just sitting there going, good luck. Good luck, Trevor.
Right. As we look at the New York Jets and the Panthers trade there for Sam Darnold, and a lot of hugs there in Zach Wilson's room. It's looking like we're going to get our second quarterback pretty quickly on this. But Pettis, were you wanting to say something on the whole how long do you give Trevor Lawrence situation?
Oh, I agree with you guys, man. At least 3 to 5. I mean, you're investing a lot in this kid. Sometimes it takes these guys a little while, man, to figure it out in the league. It has to slow down for them.
Absolutely.
So it's like I said with what team we just alluded to? Denver. Man, you can't keep drafting quarterbacks every 2 years. Talking about this the same.
You ain't lying there.
Somebody and see if he's the real deal. Or you ain't going to have a job.
You would think John Elway would know that, too. That's what gets me. You think John Elway would know that to give quarterbacks more time.
You would think. I like this new format of the quicker time in between picks, man. I'm liking this 5-minute, 10-minute interval between picks. They've definitely sped it up for us.
What I hate is we know who the number 1 and 2 pick is. Number 3 is kind of up in the air.
Number 3 at Atlanta is where, or San Francisco, is where it starts getting interesting. San Francisco, if I'm San Francisco right now, you're on the phone with Green Bay, and you're saying, what's it going to take? Tell me your price. What's it going to take to get Aaron on a plane tonight?
So, okay, so because, this and number 1, thank you to Money Mike. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for bringing me on here. This is my first draft, like live draft. Like, I'm good at football, but I'm not like y'all. Y'all like some nerds. Like y'all are y'all like the experts. I'm just sitting here and I'm just listening. So I'm glad to be here. So how is it going to work? Like, how will we know where Aaron might get, traded?
So where we'll end up hearing something is probably, I think the first thing we'll hear, speaking of it, will be in the next pick with San Francisco. What usually will end up happening is the commissioner will come to the podium and say that a trade has occurred, and then ESPN will tell us what the trade entails. If it's a trade with San Francisco, more than likely it's Aaron Rodgers. Like I said, though, if you're in San Francisco's war room right now, I'm writing a blank check. I'm saying, name your price. Let me know what it's going to take.
Yeah. I mean, like we already said, it's a generational talent. And then,
right.
Perfect time to go, perfect
and because like this is something that doesn't happen every day.
No, it doesn't. Every day. Especially not with a quarterback as mild-mannered as Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
You don't hear Aaron talk about being disgruntled a lot.
But Aaron, like I said, like that loss really hurt him. It devastated him.
I would agree. I would absolutely agree.
Yeah, that shit devastated him. And
I think the loss, and then knowing that they're waiting for him. They have Trey Lance, or not Trey Lance, Jordan Love waiting to take his job after he just had an MVP season. Oh man.
Yeah.
So wasn't it kind of like, I don't think Favre had an MVP season, but when
he took him to
took the NFC Championship game
the year before.
they were just looking for a reason to put Aaron Rodgers out there. It's like it seems to be Green Bay's MO. It's what they do when they use you up. They feel like you're done. They look for a way to push you out the door, so they put the next guy in there.
Which, I mean, let's be fair to Brett Favre. Even Brett got back to an NFC title game after Green Bay got done with them. So, I mean, you know, there's nothing negative there.
Yeah. But I really want to see what Chicago. Wait, is Chicago in the are they on tonight?
They're talking. Everybody's going to pick tonight. They're talking about Chicago may want to move and try to make a deal for Aaron. That'll be interesting to see if that occurred.
That will crush. Now that will crush my heart.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I hate Chicago.
Hey,
I hate anyone in our division.
Woo! Having to play Aaron Rodgers twice a year, yeah, that'd be bad.
Yeah.
Jacksonville fans are happy with this pick that we assume will be Zach Wilson, the quarterback from BYU. I mean, I'll tell you, this quarterback here, Pettis, I'm not excited like I would be for a Trevor Lawrence for Zach Wilson. He's short. He's not particularly mobile. He's got a nice deep ball. That's about it for me.
Yeah, Mike, I think he's okay. I mean, I wouldn't have drafted him second. My thing is you just drafted Sam Darnold, 2-3 years ago. Yeah. You should have built around Darnold.
Here we go.
Here we go, Niners.
There he is, quarterback from BYU going second. And once again, though, if I'm New York, I'm not thrilled about this pick because this kid, I mean, you look at him. So Trevor Lawrence just went, and I think Trevor Lawrence goes 6'7". This kid, what, 6 foot maybe? Maybe.
So San Francisco is coming up next.
San Francisco is next. This is the first spot we could see the trade.
Okay.
Can y'all excuse me for a minute so I can take a deep breath, man?
This next 7.5 minutes is about to get very interesting because, this can go a lot of ways.
This could go. Oh God.
This can shake the foundation of the NFC, the NFL. Like it's just
go Justin Fields.
Absolutely. It's either going to be Justin Fields, in my opinion. If I'm the guy, my first thought is trying to make the trade for Aaron happen. If I can't get Aaron, it's got to be Justin Fields out of Ohio State.
I think that honestly, I think they're probably going to take.
You know what? Let me get my laptop ready real quick because I need to. I need to. I need to keep my cell phone open.
A lot of people think it's going to be.
Sorry, no, this is going to be a long night. So,
Absolutely.
Let me.
If they draft Mac Jones, I'm signing off, man. I gotta give me a fifth or something.
Then I gotta make me a piece of shit. I was gonna make me some pancakes, but I said, "Nah, fuck it." And,
Right.
I'll do that in the morning.
You know what? I wouldn't believe it until the day it happened. But that's exactly
I mean, it actually happened. I don't know. I look at Zach Wilson and I see Sam Darnold all over again though. Like
It even looks like it. And there's even a physical similarity to the two.
it is.
I don't see either one of them being. I don't think Darnold's as bad as they're making it out to be.
I don't either.
I don't think they should have ran him out of town so quickly. But it's New York, so what are you gonna do?
Right. Absolutely.
But this is the what happens when you have a good project. There's nothing great about him. He had a good project in front of the right people, and man, he's not gonna do that.
And this kid's gonna have to develop, in my opinion. Like their idea to go ahead and get rid of Darnold for this kid. I don't know. As we look at the pre-draft analysis, it says he played in a pistol-heavy offense that featured full field reads and mostly pro-style concepts. his best ability is to extend plays. So once again, what's the difference that you're seeing between Sam Darnold and Zach Wilson?
It's what's hot right now, Mike. He's what's hot right now, man. And like this crapshoot, but they're trying anything they can to get their franchise quarterback, and I guess they because of what? You know, we got to remember too, the coaching staff changed. I don't know if they fired the GM or what. They're kind of pushing reset.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
For the San Francisco 49ers, we traded a lot. You see on your screen just how much they.
I'm telling my inner Joe Montana so we can get the next break.
Hey, 4 minutes remain. This one's not going to go quick.
No, they'll take the whole clock.
They'll take the whole clock, and they need
guys,
to.
Relax. Go get you a drink.
They need to. This one,
Let's go.
I mean, if you're a 49ers fan, like legitimately, and I'll ask you because you really have no affiliation with the Niners or the Packers, you got to be on the phone with Green Bay trying to get something done. That's got to be your first.
I bet from the time the GM from the y'all seen the movie Draft Day with Kevin Costner? The second he woke up that morning in that movie, bam! It was they were on the phone talking about stuff. I guarantee you that GM from San Francisco, the second he woke up this morning, heard the news and was like, "All right, give me Green Bay's phone number right now." And he's probably on the phone with them. He has to have been on the phone with them ever since.
Now I will say this: they're applauding, and nobody's on the phone. What? And it looks like he's making a call. It looks like they got Shanahan making a call. Do you think the trade has gotten done, or do you think they're going quarterback?
Come home, Aaron Rodgers. Come home. Come home.
Mel Kiper sitting here talking about Trey Lance in the game against Central Arkansas.
You can't pay too much attention to that. The previous year he was undefeated and won the national championship.
Right. There's Mac.
I guarantee you.
Show how great a coach you are. Develop somebody. Don't get nobody with a low fucking ceiling, man.
Exactly.
Don't get nobody that you think can fit in your offense. Get somebody that can adjust to any offense.
And I mean, to be fair, as a Steeler fan, I'm hoping one of these quarterbacks gets survive.
The next two picks, I don't see Atlanta making it.
I don't see Atlanta making a quarterback move. I see Atlanta being a trade possible. The Patriots may come up.
Hey, are we live?
We're live.
What because I'm gonna try to share it.
Right on. You should be able to share it from my page.
Because I don't see you. I don't see you live.
Hold on.
That's what you're paid to do. You're paid to make sure that he moves. You know this? And you know what? I would bet my money on the Reds not about to go. This guy is wired right. You won't find it.
There we go. I just shared it in the group chat.
It's going to be if the game is last, it will be one of the great stories.
The pick's in, so we're not going to get a trade. Aaron Rodgers is going to remain with the Green Bay Packers for the moment.
So it's not.
What Louis Riddick just said. That's what you paid to do, Shanahan.
6 weeks, Roger Goodell has consolidated his name. The San Francisco 49ers have made their decision. Will it be Matt Jones? Will it be Trey Lance? We've waited all this time, and now finally, we will find out. He comes with the number 3. With the third pick, 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Lance.
Oh! Oh, you give up Aaron Rodgers. I mean, at this point, the Packers have to be strong. I know you're excited, Pettis, but
That was smart.
I mean, the Packers have to be stonewalling. Like, there had to be no way that this deal could have gotten done. So we have no we have no trade as of this moment for Green Bay and Aaron Rodgers. I've got to say that they've got to be stonewalling. To make this pick, you have to Green Bay has to be saying no still.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really know what they could have been looking for, though. What they're going to be looking for at this point. If
you don't take a 3, yeah. I mean, Pettis, what do you think here? Do you think this falls to Green Bay said no when they called?
Like I told my man, Angry Packer fan, they are not part ways with Aaron Rodgers easy. They want him to calm down. They want to try to appease him because that team can make another deep run in the playoffs. So you just don't. You got to calm down. You don't make a wrestling decision.
Pettis, talk to me about Trey Lance. Why are you excited?
Here again, I'm telling you this, man.
He looked like
FCS. I'm not worried about the 17 games. This kid is intelligent, which I read all the scouts. I've been keeping up with him. He's intelligent. He's a big-time athlete. He's a rocket arm. His upside is there. With the mastermind of Cal Shanahan, he's going to make this kid a star. Mark my words.
Angry Packers fan, can you turn down your TV a little bit? Chris,
huh?
can you turn down your TV a little bit, Bubba?
Oh, sure.
So your quarterback survives this pick. I'm not sure. I think Green Bay may be stubborn enough to keep him. He won't show up, but Green Bay may be stubborn enough to keep him.
You have to keep.
I wouldn't do that. Like Aaron wants to leave Green Bay, and he will do everything in his power to force their hand. Like, I mean, I would, because like Green Bay haven't really did anything. They're trash.
You're right.
That's just how I really feel.
You're right. This is a hell of a situation we got going on here. Hell of a situation we got going on here. He survives this spot. The question now becomes, does Atlanta use this spot, or does somebody trade up? You've got to think New England is looking to trade up.
Guys.
New England's going to be interesting.
Absolutely.
New England's going to be really interesting. That
might be a spot for Matt
trade Aaron Rodgers to New England. That will be insane.
What people don't realize, don't sleep on the Aaron Rodgers San Francisco thing. It ain't over.
That's true.
Out there is bait, guys. Just because you got a top 3 pick, he ain't getting paid that much. He's gonna be on the rookie scale. That has no bearings on the Aaron Rodgers deal. You can still
yeah, because Aaron Rodgers have more clout, have more value than any of them damn rookies.
Listen to what I'm saying. You can parlay that into more picks. If they want a first round for Jimmy or a second round, they can parlay. It could be a 3-team trade.
Yeah, true.
They're going to get compensation. They get rid of Aaron Rodgers. They supposed to. He's the best in the league to me.
Best.
To me.
Yeah.
Best.
Absolutely.
Now, with that being said, Green Bay is a smart franchise. They're not going to blow this. If he wants to leave and he decides to, they're going to get plenty of compensation for him.
Oh, yeah.
And remember, my man, they got a young quarterback in the wing.
Yeah.
So they're in good shape if they do.
And I don't think that it will be good business to hold Aaron Rodgers hostage, and he already told them, "I don't want to come and play for you." I just,
no, yeah, absolutely.
you know,
It'll set a dangerous precedence for him.
yes, and I wouldn't do that. Like, just just let him go. I mean, you already made it known last year that you want to go past, Aaron Rodgers. So I mean, like, what's the whole point of being toxic and holding a quarterback that doesn't want to be there?
True.
Just doesn't make sense. But at the same time, this is Green Bay that we're talking about.
Yeah. This is the same Green Bay that played games with Brett Favre. Let's see if they've learned their lesson. As the Falcons now look like they're going to make a pick, this has got to be Kyle Pitts.
I think so.
This has got to be the tight end out of Florida. The kid is, as a tight end, the kid is a generational player. He's the tallest tight end I think I've seen in a long time. This has got to be Kyle Pitts. Am I right, Pettis?
I think Pitts, yeah. You gotta continue to be around that quarterback. You're gonna keep it. Don't look like they're getting rid of him. So hell yeah, Pitts another way.
I mean, a quarterback here though.
Throws a wrench in a lot of things.
You could take Justin Fields in Atlanta, but you run the risk of a big problem, just like Green Bay's going through, and nobody wants that.
Yeah, true. But you definitely got to look towards your future, man, and be prepared to, for that guy to leave. However, if you think you got a window to win the the NFC South and maybe make a deep run, you get another weapon for Matt Ryan.
Very true.
Yeah, that's the most wide open division in football. Nobody's a clear-cut favorite anymore. I mean, I guess maybe Atlanta would have to be the default favorite at this point because you got no Drew Brees in New Orleans anymore. You don't know what you're going to get there. You may get great football, you may not.
You're going to get Darnold twice a year in Carolina.
Yeah.
Who else is in the NFC South? Tampa Bay. You're going to get
Tampa Bay.
You're going to get Tom Brady.
How could I forget about Tampa Bay?
Here we go. It's got to be Pitts.
Kyle Pitts.
Good call. Good call. Now, what's interesting here is now you go to Cincinnati. So Cincinnati can either trade this pick or they can choose a receiver. If I'm Cincinnati and the deal is close enough that I can still get one of the top wide receivers in the draft, why not trade back?
Nah, Mike. They're going to get Barrels running mate from LSU.
You think they're going to get Jamar Chase?
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. You lost A.J. Green as well? I think it's in stone.
I mean, look at this kid, though. Kyle Pitts out of Florida. I mean, the kid is physical. He reminds me, cross-division rival. He reminds me a lot of Gronkowski. He's physical. He's great.
Still have nightmares about what he did to Arkansas.
Right.
What do you have, 300 yards receiving that night? I mean, it was maybe not that many, but he was ridiculous. He was all over the field. And our defense wasn't that bad last year. I mean, he made it look like they were, John L. Smith bad or something.
Right. And, I mean, that's a hell of a comparison. Travis Kelce out of the Chiefs is the comparison they're going with.
Now, that's bad.
That is rough.
You say John Chavis, too.
John Chavis, too, yeah. The Chief wasn't much better.
I was one of those morons that was ecstatic when we saw when he
came
to Arkansas.
I was excited to get him. And then then the whistle blew.
Yeah.
Yeah, then the whistle blew. And he finally realized he was over the hill.
And I mean, this is the interesting thing about Pitts. He can not only line up in the tight end slot, this kid can be in the slot position. This kid can be a wideout. I mean, you've got a hell of a player who you don't have to play in a certain place. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Man, this kid is a top flight talent. I give Atlanta scouting department credit. They got the best available talent for what they needed. So you give them an A+ for this selection. You have to.
You absolutely do. You absolutely do. I agree with that. Cincinnati's taking a little bit of time here on this pick. They're about 5.5 minutes to go. But, I mean, if you're going to make the pick here, it's going to be Chase from LSU. You're going to – I mean, your young quarterback has a rapport with this kid. He knows what he's throwing to.
The one thing I will say, that's probably who they're going to go with. But if I'm them, I'm not looking at wide receiver help right this minute. I got to get some people to protect my quarterback.
That is true.
That kid took a beating last year before the ACL tear. He took an absolute beating. So you've got to get him somebody to protect him. That offensive line, I watched them twice against the Browns last year. This offensive line was garbage. Just flat out garbage.
I mean, and you're right. Joe Burrow does have to be on his bicycle quite a bit in that backfield for Cincinnati.
They were talking about that Sewell kid is what I kept hearing today. Potentially that Sewell kid from whatever college he came from. Oregon, okay. Yeah, that's who they were talking about potentially being picked here.
Well, and I mean, I wouldn't necessarily hate that pick as much, but I don't know. I kind of do think that the wide receiver makes sense too.
They make sense, absolutely. I just think at some point in this draft, you're
going to have to address the offensive line, absolutely. And, you know, that kid right there, if I'm Trevor, you know, I'm happy right now because I know that my bank account just got filled. But I also know that this is going to be some tough work, especially this first season in Jacksonville. He's going to have to – I mean, Urban's going to have to scheme the hell out of that kid to get him out of the pocket without getting sacked. I mean – ugh.
I mean, you know, man, he got to adjust to the game, but I think he's going to be fine. But like you say, it's going to be growing pains. That's what all of them. That's why the best case scenario, have him to sit behind somebody and kind of learn, but he get thrown to the wolves immediately.
Absolutely.
He's starting opening day.
Oh, yeah. As does, in my opinion, as does Trey Lance and Zach Wilson.
The good thing about Trey Lance, Jimmy's on a contract.
The only way I see them doing that is if Jimmy stays. And I don't know that you keep Jimmy under contract.
I say you keep Jimmy unless you're going to get Aaron Rodgers.
I mean,
I think it was Schefter earlier that was saying the Patriots and the Niners are in serious talks about Garoppolo. Garoppolo is a Belichick prodigy. Belichick wants him.
Oh, yeah.
What Belichick wants, usually Belichick can find a way to get it somehow. So
absolutely.
If Garoppolo's still in San Francisco by opening day, I'd be shocked.
Well, and see, if we don't see New England make a move into the top 10 to get one of these quarterbacks, then, you know, you do have to ask yourself, does that mean that a trade's going to happen with New England? New England's at 15 right now. They only really have to move up 5 slots. I think Mac Jones would be a great spot for New England. And the reason why I say that is you're going to one of the best developers of quarterbacks we've ever seen in this league in Bill Belichick. So,
without a doubt, I could definitely see McCorkle Jones in New England. You know, smart guy. He plays the ball where it's supposed to be. He gets battle too much now. He has to work on his footwork in the pocket, you know, on the pressure. He's a smart kid. It'll be great for New England.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it looks like the Bengals have a pick, and it is in. So they didn't trade down like you said. It's going to be Chase, I think. I've got a good feeling that this one's going to be Jamar Chase. I'm surprised with all the quarterback-hungry teams we've had thus far, or that we have this year in the league, that we haven't seen more movement towards trying to get more picks and things like that.
Sure, I love it, dog.
She really is. She's a lap dog. Or at least she thinks she is.
I got a dog named Oreo that's just like you. It's just like you. You smell you on me.
Ooh.
Yeah, I feel good. I feel good.
I honestly believe that Aaron ain't gonna get traded.
I'm starting to think it's not happening tonight.
Hey, bro, I'm with you. You hear me? I don't see
If it happens, it ain't happening tonight, I don't think. I think they lost their shot with San Francisco.
Yeah.
And let's remember the ball's in his court.
Right.
He can say, I don't want to go there. I want to go here. I don't want, So.
Well, and, they made a good point about that. They said, for it to happen tonight, it would have to happen very quickly because Aaron will have to probably sign off on whoever they trade him to. So
I'm still saying send Dak Prescott, the number 10 pick to Green Bay.
I mean, here we go. The pick is in, and Goodell is walking past that very interesting Cincinnati Bengals fan.
By the way, dude, a stud, man. Lamar Chase a stud.
There it is, the wide receiver. So, I mean, Aaron, you weren't exactly thrilled with this. If you're Joe Burrow, though, I don't know. You've got to be happy to have your old college teammate and one of the best receivers that you had. The rapport these two have throwing to each other, or throwing and catching. I mean,
I'm not against it by any means. I just thought, I don't know if they have any more picks in this round or not, or what their deal is.
I don't think they do.
But at some point, the next couple of days, they're going to have to go heavy on some offensive linemen because otherwise, and I like Trevor, I think the kid's a stud, but he's not going to make it past year 3 with that offensive line they got now.
Watch this pick right here, too. I'm not convinced that Miami stays in this pick.
Guys, Miami are loaded for the next three drafts. They can do whatever hell they want.
Yeah, Miami knows that they got picks to spare. I will say that this wouldn't be a spot for Aaron, though. Aaron has already said he wants to go to a Super Bowl contender. And Miami is far from a Super Bowl contender.
Oh, no. You know what?
I don't know, Mike.
This is the part where it's going to get interesting. All eyes, Chicago, New England, Dallas. No, I wouldn't. No. He can't fuck with McCarthy. He can't fuck with him.
Oh, yeah.
I was that man, and that's exactly what I said. McCarthy was there.
I had to think for a second.
Yeah, McCarthy's there.
Right. Like he wanted him gone anyway.
Right.
Right.
I think that's the only two that I could really think of.
Chicago, New England. I don't think Carolina makes another move for quarterback. I don't think Detroit does. I'm going to be honest with you and tell you this much, and this may be wishful thinking. I know he's only a year younger, but don't sleep on the fact that Pittsburgh is looking for a quarterback very snakily. They're being very sneaky about it, but Pittsburgh's not looking. Pittsburgh ain't not looking for a quarterback.
Okay, yeah.
He's a
You think they're gonna get rid of Rosenberg?
Well, I think this is going to be Ben's last year. But the question is, I guess the thing that throws a wrench in that is Aaron's not going to want to sit for a year.
No.
He's a year younger than Roethlisberger as far as the age or as far as the years. Body-wise, he is about 10 years younger.
Yeah, poor Ben's gotten beat up.
Rodgers can still move. He can still dodge.
Yeah, definitely. He's still mobile.
Oh, yeah.
He's still mobile.
This kid is so fast, man. Jamar Chase.
And as far as Miami not being a Super Bowl contender, Tampa Bay was not a Super Bowl contender until Tom Brady went there.
True.
Right.
They went 6-10 the year before. I mean, they weren't good at all. And Jameis Winston left, and Tom Brady came in, and bam, they went 12-4, won a Super Bowl.
So Miami stayed in this position. I gotta think it's got to be offensive line. You got to protect Tua. It's got to be Penei Sewell, in my mind.
I'm so glad they do the SEC.
Yeah, I can see you going in the trenches instead of skill player.
Because I mean, really, they have receivers, unless I'm mistaken. I believe they have a pretty good crop of receivers down there. I think for some odd reason I feel like they got Will Fuller down there. Ugh. I don't think you need a wide receiver. I'll put it that way. You need to protect Tua.
Yeah, you got to protect Tua, man. That's their issue. They can't keep the quarterbacks up right.
Exactly. And God knows Tua needs as much protection as possible with those hip injuries in the past. Now, if I put your butt up, are you going to start barking again? This time your collar's on. Okay.
Who we got next on the clock?
Miami.
That's right. Damn, pick the lineman and get it over with.
Hey, Detroit's got to be looking for a quarterback, though. They got rid of Stafford. Who do they have now? I mean,
They've got Jared Goff.
That's right. Yeah,
I'm not mad at Goff, though. Like, I still feel like Goff can develop.
Yeah, I completely forgot that trade was made. Goff for okay. Yeah, I think they're good on quarterback. I think he was highly underrated. I think he did fine in LA. Overall, he just didn't have. There wasn't a whole ton of offensive weapons there. Their defense was what carried them because their offense was just kind of. And then they got rid of Todd Gurley after he had a couple of really good years. They got rid of him, and he didn't really have a running game after that.
I'll be honest with you. If you are Kyle Field, if you're Justin Fields or you're Mac Jones, I'm getting comfortable because it's going to be a minute.
Yeah, I don't think
the next spot that really needs quarterback is probably New England. Because New England's what? 15. Okay. Chicago comes before New England, I think. No, wait. Chicago was 22.
Jacksonville has another first-round pick.
Yeah, they do.
Hey.
What?
Dude, a stud.
Wow.
He a stud. They just didn't need no more receivers.
He's a stud. And, I mean, I guess it makes sense from the same perspective of Joe Burrow that we talked about earlier. But, man.
There's going to be a Cowboy in a few picks.
You're leaving. You think Devontae?
No, Patrick Surtain was one of them just came up there and gave him a high five and a hug. Devontae's going to go soon, too, but Patrick Surtain's going to be a Cowboy.
I am shocked that this was a receiver.
Me too.
I've got to question what Miami's thinking here. Like, you've got a good receiver, but here's the thing: you've got to protect Tua long enough to be able to let him get the ball to Jalen Waddle.
Did Tua enforce it? Did Tua have something to do with the pick? He played with him in college.
I mean, and that's the same thing we just talked about with Burrow in Cincinnati.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad. I mean,
damn, Detroit didn't take time at all. Shit.
You said what?
Detroit didn't take no damn time at all. The pick's already in. Shit.
Yeah.
It's already in?
Yeah.
I'm behind, man. I'm behind like maybe 20
They haven't announced it yet. It just popped up.
It just popped up on the screen that the pick's in at the bottom. Who's this pick going to be? Once again, I've got to say this could be offensive line. If you're all in on Jared Goff, this is going to be offensive line.
It better be offensive line.
Do they have any? I mean,
they have Najee Harris and Travis Etienne, but
I think I watch Detroit call it one time a year. It's on Thanksgiving.
oh, who do they have at running back? They have Java Best, I think, still.
So, but most people, don't like taking running backs in the first round. Either.
Yeah,
so that's probably not going to happen.
I mean, I could see Pittsburgh doing it, but you would need a running back. You would have to need a running back to be able to do that. Pettis, what are you thinking here? Detroit, pretty quick. Where do you think they're going?
Man, I think they're going to go defense, and I think they're going to go offense.
Oh, they could go corner.
Yep.
Your boy could be going here.
He
Sure
could
can.
be going, yeah. He can go any of the next 3 picks, to be honest with you. Denver's usually it's either quarterback or somebody on defense. It's what they seem to thrive on drafting. So.
Well, Denver could be a quarterback spot too. A lot of people think Bridgewater's done. And just a stopgap.
Hey, watch out for McCorkle in Denver too. That's a possibility.
Absolutely.
The sad part is we're seeing all these Alabama guys leaving, and we know there's no
they've got better players. Just wait. We just don't know their names yet.
I mean, 3 years ago, nobody knew Travis Waddle either.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden he's a first-round pick.
Woo!
Wow.
That face mask was rough.
He just lit Ohio State up. I mean, that was
yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, SEC or not, I was pulling for Ohio State, but that was a man against boys right there.
I'm not gonna lie though. I thought that Devontae would be the first one picked out of the Alabama receivers. But Devontae was really a one-season guy. Like, he really just has the Heisman season, and that's it.
Yeah, but you look at the top end speed and just the route running, man. That's what they love. Because the speed, you can't teach speed. We all know that.
Right.
Yeah, Waddle's a special teams guy, too. He can return punts and kicks for you. So.
Right.
I'm not saying Devontae can't. I'm just saying
right.
That's got to be something else they're looking at. He can go out there and return punts, return kicks.
Him and Jalen Waddle's really one and the same. I mean, Jalen Waddle may be a little bit heavier, but they both got top end speed and are elusive. So. Oh yeah, we forgot about Rashawn Slater from Northwestern.
Ah, yeah.
It's Sewell. I mean, somebody got to get a lineman.
Yeah, exactly. Elijah Vera Tucker. Really? Really? Did you catch that?
What?
He said Devontae. He says it's got to be a receiver.
Why? Well, they're about to get Devontae Smith from Alabama then.
Yeah. If it's a receiver, it's got to be Devontae at this point.
It's the most excited poor Lions fans can get every year.
Right. This is their Super Bowl. There you go. I like this pick. I like this pick. You have to invest in Jared Goff. You just gave up Matt Stafford. You have to invest in this kid, in my opinion.
Good pick. Good pick.
I think this is where you go. I mean, I'm not sure why they thought receiver right here. This was the home run pick for Detroit, in my opinion.
But let's look at it. I mean, from these guys' standpoint, it's like, you know, it's like in baseball, long ball, chicks take the long ball. They're talking about these wide receivers, running backs, quarterbacks, because that's what's sexy and easy to talk about. But those guys in the war room, they know that those guys don't mean a thing if we don't have those big guys up front to block for them. So
Exactly. Like I said, you know, Tua needs the time to get the ball to Waddle. That's why I thought that Miami should have went there. Very, very good pickup for Detroit, in my opinion, on this pick. I mean, and I've been watching this kid all day. This kid just blows this defensive talent up when he's defending, man.
Yeah, that's good for them, man.
I mean, because let's be honest, too. You got to think Detroit's probably going to be a run first offense. So, I mean, once again, this just makes so much sense from that perspective.
they got a former NFL tight end. I mean, they got a guy who basically blocked most of his career. Dan Campbell's their head coach. He knows how good. He knows what an offensive line can do. He was a Cowboy the last time we made any kind of run in the playoffs back in the early 2000s. And, you know, he was part of that offensive line at tight end. He didn't catch a lot of passes. He was a big-time blocker. He knows you got to have those big guys up front, or, like I said, none of this matters.
Now, Pettis, I ask you, is this a spot for a quarterback? Or is Carolina all in on Sam Darnold, do you think?
You said what?
Is this a spot for a quarterback, or is Carolina all in on Sam Darnold, do you think?
No, man, this dude's still young. Sam Darnold's still in his mid-20s. You don't go quarterback. You go position player and get him some more weapons.
I mean, and Matt Rule is known to develop quarterbacks. He did a hell of a job there at Baylor. I don't know. I think that this would be good for a Devontae or, corner. This could be a good spot for Surtain.
No.
You want to see Surtain fall 2 more spots.
2 more spots. And then they can pick him up. No, I agree. He's in my opinion, by far the best corner in the draft, and a lot of other experts think so too. And it's in his blood. I mean, his dad played corner in the NFL for 10 years or so, mostly with the Dolphins. So this is, if he doesn't go to Dallas, then I like to see him get picked as high as he can because the guy's great. He's a great corner.
Who was that? The Fairleigh kid or the kid?
Patrick Surtain.
Surtain.
Oh, yeah, he'll go first.
Yeah.
The Fairleigh kid probably dropped because he had surgery.
We have, 44 seconds left in this pick. Carolina hasn't put it out there yet. I'm wondering, maybe are they waiting for a trade? Right through that door right there. Oh, right here. Oh, okay. Yeah. This will certainly be interesting. Okay, the Panthers have selected somebody. I got to wonder if they took this much time, though, trying to get a deal made, because there was talk earlier about Carolina wanting to trade down. New England, it's really fallen right to where Belichick wants it to, though. Like, honestly.
What's the Pittsburgh's pick? 20?
Pittsburgh's pick will be 25, I believe.
Okay.
Somewhere in that range. Miami's got another pick here coming up. Maybe that's where you address the offensive line, but whew,
all that talk, we talk about New England and trading
You
up. One thing people
got to keep them upright.
Yeah.
The one thing people have been talking about lately, and I never really thought of it before, was Bill Belichick is not the trade up kind of guy.
You're right.
He generally, they said his years in Cleveland, all his years in New England, he's not maybe once, if ever, traded up to get somebody. He usually lets whoever fall back down to him, and he'll take whoever's there. So I'm not saying he won't. He probably should at this point because they're desperately needing a quarterback. But,
Well, that's the question, and I feel like they're not desperate yet. If Fields or Mac go, I feel like that's when we may be seeing New England trying to make a move.
Yep. I can see that. Or how desperate are the guys? Now, remember, they have Stidham, Cam Newton. Who's the other quarterback on a contract? Oh, it's another guy.
Is it Jacoby? Was Jacoby Brissett with the Patriots, or is he still with the Colts?
No, he was with the Colts last year. It's another young quarterback, man. I can't remember. So if they don't, they still got a starter.
Well, I'll tell you another one that people are looking at for a quarterback is New Orleans. Here we go.
Yeah, that's a homer pick. Our dude is good, man. That ain't popular with them, but that dude is good, man.
Okay.
Oh, SEC for 4 years.
I mean, this one isn't as surprising to me. We talk about the home run corner, but this kid right here, like you said, this is a homer pick. This kid played his ball at South Carolina. His daddy played a receiver in the NFL, I believe, for the Saints. Joe Horn.
Oh, that's Horn's kid?
Yeah.
That kid big time, man. That kid.
There's a lot of talk back and forth between him and 13, who's going to be the first one off the board. So,
I mean, and the kid is elite. I mean, look where he played, the SEC.
Yeah,
You're going up against the top wideouts.
He's elite.
Around.
Yeah, he's elite.
Now, here's where I think we could see Surtain go. One pick away.
You would just love that.
Denver is known for, defense.
Yeah. Fangio, Vic Fangio. Hey, yeah.
You're gonna see somebody with a face. That happens. So close. If he had been picked in the top 5, no big deal. But number 9, I love that dude.
Man. Who you want?
I'm hoping Patrick Surtain, if he's there. I mean, if he survives this pick, then there's talk of Patrick Surtain Jr. is the one that most Cowboys.
That's probably gonna get it 10.
That wouldn't surprise me.
I mean,
we need corners.
If he survives this pick.
Yeah, need defensive help. I mean, I think the offense, as long as Prescott's healthy, the offense will be fine. Defense has got to get some help on defense. They got to get some younger offensive linemen too.
Offense is not the issue. They can score points with the best of them.
Right.
Yeah.
You got to be able to stop somebody though.
Exactly. I mean, I don't care how bad. Prescott getting hurt last year hurt. Don't get me wrong. But if that defense could have stopped anybody, there were some games last year that if the defense could have made any kind of stops, the offense still, even with Andy Dalton, had enough to win. But when you ask Andy Dalton to put up 30 points, he can't do it. You ask him to put up 20. If you got a defense that can hold teams to 17 or less, Andy Dalton can score. He can win games for you.
Yeah.
But you got to have that defense. And Cowboys haven't had a defense since I was probably in high school. I mean, that's why Cowboys said they got a good defense. I follow 2 teams. I'm a Cowboy fan. I'm a Browns fan too because I have some history with Cleveland. So I'm not necessarily I've never been a diehard Browns fan, but I do follow them because I have some history there. And the Cowboys, I grew up a Cowboy fan because my dad's a Cowboy fan. But it's been a long, miserable time. The only excitement I got to have was last season with the Browns. I haven't had fun with either one of these teams in 20 years. Yeah. So I'm begging for something positive.
Now, this is interesting. Denver's taking a while with this pick.
You got to get it right. Hey.
They do.
Job's on the line, bro.
They do. And you know what? This coach, so the GM, Elway, his job is definitely on the line. I mean, you're talking about a guy who should know the quarterback position better than anybody. And let's be honest, since Peyton Manning, this dude I've not seen anybody with as much on quarterback as
And Manning,
Elway has.
Manning, when he was something he did, Manning just sort of fell into his lap. Like Manning just said, I'm leaving. Indianapolis doesn't want me anymore because they got Andrew Luck now, and I need somewhere to go. And there was all this talent in Denver, so
right. Why the hell not?
Yeah, it isn't like Elway had to go out begging to come. He just sort of fell in Elway's lap.
Rashawn Slater wouldn't be a bad spot. You got to keep Bridgewater upright.
Hey guys, I remember Elway don't try to get a quarterback since he's been there. That Flacco experiment flop.
Oh, it's horrible.
Is still kind of, we don't know.
Iffy.
You got to figure it out quick, man. Hell, he needs to be trying to trade for Aaron Rodgers.
Right? I mean, Bridgewater isn't the answer for good. Hell, Bridgewater may not be the answer, period.
I was not sold on Bridgewater when he came out of college. I mean, I thought he was good in college. I didn't think he was going to be the next, people want to compare him to like Warren Moon or Randall Cunningham or guys like that.
Where did Teddy play his college ball?
Louisville,
yes.
He played for Petrino.
Did he?
Yeah. He played a couple years with Petrino. And
I was about to say, he must have.
Yeah. He wasn't there the whole time, but Petrino was there to start his career.
Hey, Aaron Rodgers said 49ers, Broncos, or Las Vegas.
Hey.
49ers,
Broncos, or Las Vegas. Broncos are taking a while.
Aren't they taking a while, man?
I mean.
I think
how hard is it, Mike?
If Justin Fields is not picked tonight, I think it's going to be a trap. It's going to be similar to.
Oh, Justin has to be picked tonight. If worst case scenario, I know that
Fields out to New England. Bill Belichick will grab it.
Mike Tomlin told Justin Fields that he would grab him.
Hey, that'll be nasty. That'll be sick.
Look at Mac Jones. Mac Jones is like, this is some bullshit. You know where I went? I went to Alabama, damn it.
Hey, y'all remember what was the kid out of Brady, the kid out of Notre Dame that year? Quinn.
Oh, Brady Quinn,
he was in the green room. He was like, what?
He had that Aaron Rodgers like slide.
He had the, but he did. Hey, Aaron Rodgers was like, "I'm gonna get you motherfuckers back."
Right.
See, I honestly think though, because nobody can afford to miss on these picks, I think you should take the whole 2 minutes.
I mean, I would agree.
I know for people watching at home, it might get boring having to wait that long, but for these guys it's their livelihood. Don't screw this pick up, man. Make sure you got it right. Make sure you're 100% on board with it.
Oh, absolutely. And Elway's got a quick hook. So, I mean, if Elway isn't, and here we go, the pick's in. Elway's got a quick hook. So, I mean, it's either Elway gets fired or this kid gets fired after the season if this doesn't work out.
I got to say, this is the most fun I've ever had watching the draft. I'm usually just kind of sitting in front of my TV going, okay, here comes the pick.
Let's see here. Surtain survives this pick.
John Elway, don't do it. Don't do it. Resist the urge. Go quarterback.
He's terrible.
Go whatever you want.
He's a terrible corner.
Yeah, you don't want
him. 9's too high for a cornerback anyway.
10's the perfect number. 10's the perfect number.
Oh, man.
No, I love the kid. I think he's great. I don't care where he goes as long as I think he's going to be a great corner.
I mean, it's crazy, though. They said earlier the ceiling or the floor for Justin Fields was 8. We're now looking at probably the Giants don't necessarily need a quarterback. I mean,
Denver might, man. This might be it.
Here we go. I mean, if Justin Fields fell to these guys.
I don't know. He didn't seem too thrilled about it.
Right.
Son of a.
Woo!
There it goes.
There goes
There it
Sertain.
Oh, man.
Good safe pick. It's a safe pick here for Elway. You get defense. We always talk about how they want defense. So now knowing that your number one's off the board, if you're Dallas, where do you go here? Do you get Dak another weapon?
No, I don't. This is where Jones and his family's always, the last 10, 15 years, has screwed up the draft. Going after all of these. He's going. They keep going after position players when we're pretty well loaded there. We're set.
Right.
Go get some offensive linemen. I don't care if it's a guy I never heard of. If you think he's good enough to draft him. Offensive line and defensive help. We need linebackers because Sean Lee just retired. Jalen Smith's hurt.
Man, why you got to do this to us? What's the first highlight going to be Arkansas?
Oh,
Of course.
man. But no, go get you some defensive help. I don't care if people like the pick or not. Just go find somebody that can help you stop the other team. Because offensively, as long as Dak stays healthy, we're fine. And then later on the draft, go get you some linemen. Because the line we have now is not terrible, but they're getting older. They're getting up there in years.
You know, in listening to you, Elijah Vera Tucker out of USC, he's a tackle. The tackle out of Northwestern.
That's the second pick that I kept hearing after Sertain. If he wasn't there, was the kid from Northwestern, and that's.
Now, remember we said though, Vic Fangio, defense.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. He didn't resist the urge.
He did it. We tried to tell him.
Oh, he's a top. He's gonna be a set down corner for 10.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's why
Poor Aaron was just hoping he would survive one more pick.
That's why I wanted to see when that star on his helmet. We ain't had a shutdown corner since Dion.
Right?
Exactly.
And now Deion Sanders out there in Division 2.
Aaron, we haven't had a set down corner since Dion.
Douche. I forgot Dion played for both of y'all.
Got the trade from San Francisco to Dallas. He went to what? Two straight Super Bowls.
Yep.
Look at that bling he's rocking. He said, "Yeah, I went to Alabama, bitch."
The rich just keep getting richer, man.
I know. And what side is this isn't anything new anymore. Like Nick Saban's just sitting back saying, "Yeah, I'm going to use this in recruiting tomorrow."
And they keep showing poor Mac Jones just sitting there going, "Yep."
Well, I mean, I don't even feel as bad for Mac as I do Justin Fields, man. Justin's sitting there like, shit.
I don't feel bad for Mac Jones at all. The dude, I mean, and I don't want to knock the guy, but let's face it, we're all fans here. We're trying to be professional and do this like, But at the end of the day, we're all fans of certain teams. And right. Mac Jones, we know deep down. And I'm not saying he's not good. I'm not saying he won't be good. But right now, we don't know much about him because he played with basically an NFL team in college.
Exactly.
How many players have they had drafted, dude? Come on.
Yeah. I mean, so I can't blame him for not picking him this high because we don't know anything about him. And I'm not saying Justin Fields didn't have amazing talent at Ohio State. But first of all, he played a lot longer. He played 4 years. And so he has a lot more tape to show the draft people than Mac Jones does. He has one season. But Joe Burrow, then again, had one season at LSU, and so
true. Even though didn't Justin Fields beat out Joe Burrow for that spot?
He did, yeah. That's why Joe Burrow transferred to LSU.
And they could. Oh, trade. The Cowboys move out.
Oh, they got a plan then, bro.
Oh, the Eagles.
What?
Well,
I mean, quarterback? Ew. They only moved up 2 spots.
Well, they didn't change it to that. I mean, did we trade for a first-round pick or a pick later on in the draft?
I would hope a first-round. Shit.
If not, once again, it proves how senile Jerry Jones is.
I'm surprised Dallas went back.
I'm almost willing to bet.
Yeah, they traded up 2 spots.
Okay. I'm almost willing to bet had Surtain been there, they wouldn't have done this. But
What's the call on?
man,
Dallas said,
there.
"Fuck it, we're not coming in today." What's the call here for? If you're Philadelphia, why do you feel the need to trade up? Pettis, help me with this one.
I don't know, man.
Quarterback?
They
Quarterback doesn't make sense though.
A quarterback for who?
For Philly, it doesn't make sense.
It don't, man. But that mean they don't believe in Hurts.
It makes sense if they don't have faith in him. I mean, at the end of the day, they didn't look too thrilled with him at the end of the season. Like
Devontae?
Dude, if they get Mac Jones, you know Philadelphia has a real tough fan base. If they get Mac Jones, that shit gonna erupt.
They're showing Devontae.
That makes sense, but
that would make sense. You get the quarterback, and why is his name escaping me? Jalen. You get Jalen Hurts a weapon, especially if it only costs you your first round, too. If Dallas literally shot this pick to Philadelphia, number 1, I'm sure a lot of Dallas fans will probably be pissed off because it's interdivision.
You're looking at one of them. So you're just basically going to help them get
Devontae Smith. Yeah. I mean, if it wouldn't have went to New York, I mean, more than likely he would have went to New York is what they're saying. They're saying that Philly got spooked by New York being right there. Linebacker? Oh, that would be a good spot. What do you think about Micah Parsons?
Yeah. He'll be the first linebacker taken. He should be.
You think this would be a good spot for him?
I don't really know what they had to have traded up.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to test the defensive side of the ball. Yeah. That's the best available defensive player. Yeah.
It's got to be Smith though, because otherwise, I don't think they really would have had to have traded up to get Micah Parsons.
I don't either.
Yeah, it got to be. Yeah, they traded up.
It's got to be Devontae.
Either one really wouldn't be.
I started to think Jerry Jones screwed up a number 10 pick for absolutely nothing. Oh, there we go. Okay, never mind. I was starting to get a little bit kicked off there for a second. Like, you better at least gotten a 12 pick out of this.
Hey, dude, that's smart. They parlay.
Oh, and they got a third.
2 picks to get a third round.
That's not bad at all.
That's smart.
I'm good with that.
That was a good pick, or that was a good shot. Oh shit! I forgot. They traded down.
They lost. Deshaun Jackson left again. I don't know if they got a deep threat.
Yeah.
They don't need one. Sorry.
I feel you.
No, I like Jalen Hurts at quarterback. I think they would have been stupid to have gotten rid of him if they end up picking a quarterback, which I don't think they will.
I don't think they're going.
I would have been here. That's horrible because I think Jalen Hurts is pretty damn. He's going to be good.
For some odd reason, I feel like Mac and Justin are going to be sitting for a while.
I think the epilepsy deal hurt Justin.
I think that's what killed him.
Yeah. And
it's cost him a lot of money, too, because think about it. The money between a top 10 pick and, a next 10 pick is quite a big difference.
It is. But you know what? That should any competitor, any big time athlete, it should motivate him.
Absolutely. Here we go.
The fan base I hate the most in the world.
Think about the Tom Brady's of the world that win the 7th round.
True.
I wonder what she's telling him.
I know Roger's probably like, pull your fucking mask up, bitch.
Right.
Here we go. There you go.
There you go. Yeah.
Devontae Smith. This is honestly, in my opinion, so I hate to go against any experts here, but this is the best receiver in the class, in my opinion. The kid is fast. He's able to break free from any defensive back that I saw him play against. I mean, this kid is otherworldly to me.
Look at the size of his hands, too. The dude's got some huge oven mitt-like hands where he easily catches the ball. Like you said, he can run like the wind. And I'm not nothing against Jalen Waddle, but I thought was great, too. I was not against that pick at all, but this kid, and I was wrong earlier. It wasn't Waddle that killed Ohio State. It was Devontae Smith that killed Ohio State.
Right.
He had this massive game.
And if you remember, he had a messed up ankle in that. I think he was coming off a broken ankle, I want to say.
He had a bum finger, too. My thing is the only difference between these guys, one's in a cold city, one's in a tropical city. So
Right.
they're interchangeable, you know, him and Jalen Waddle.
My goodness.
That's a great comparison, too.
Yeah, it is.
Shows you how bad the NFC East was. All the teams were picking in a row, and they're all down at the bottom.
Right.
And the only reason Washington's up at number 19 is so they made the playoffs. They were literally
At like fucking 5-2. Or, excuse me, 5-10.
That was a bad throw, man. Yeah, he's gonna be pretty good.
This is, and to move up 2 spots and give away a third, which a third's not that big a deal. They really got it for cheap, and Dallas still got value out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Dallas did good too because you got another pick. To trade down 2 spots to parlay to a 3rd round pick, that's good. And still get your guy, you know?
Right, exactly. And Dallas had to feel secure that they were going to get their guy. I wouldn't be surprised if Dallas gets the linebacker out of Penn State.
I'm starting to think.
Sean Lee retired.
They're either securing that pick or they didn't know when they needed time to think at this point because they were putting a lot of stock. I mean, again, I don't know. We're obviously not there, but I'm just going about what these Cowboy insiders have talked about the past few weeks. They put a lot of stock into Patrick Surtain.
Oh, we got another trade. New York trades to the Bears. Here's your quarterback. Who's it going to be? Do you go Mac or do you go Justin? Because here's your quarterback.
You talking about for
Chicago. Chicago just traded in.
They're getting Justin Fields.
I think Justin.
I think so too.
What a move. 2 in a row you get to trades.
No, I'm sitting here thinking, man, this has been kind of status quo draft. And then picks are who we thought, no trades, and man, 2 picks in a row.
I mean, if you're New England and if you're Dallas, do you listen to New England if they call for that pick again?
Mac Jones going to New England. I can see that now.
It depends on who they want. I mean, if they're which one of those quarterbacks they want. I mean, if I'm Dallas, yeah, I'll listen because you.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, they about to get Justin Fields.
They gave up a ton.
Unless they get Mac Jones. They're going to be pissed they get Mac Jones.
Right? Mac's like, shit. Please. Please.
See, they can please pick me or please don't pick me at this point. Because, I mean, yeah.
I mean, Chicago's not a bad spot to land, though, for a quarterback, for a young quarterback, in my opinion. Their offensive line ain't terrible.
What?
Justin Fields.
Justin. Somebody go get Justin. Oh, there he Justin, we need you in the room right now, bub. It looks like he was on the phone hanging it up.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, they just picked him. Look like, don't it?
Yeah, I think this is going to be Fields.
I think
this is a good spot for him too. What about you? You think this is the best? This could be the best potential spot for Justin that we've talked about tonight.
Well, I think, yeah. I mean, I was kind of half joking earlier about Mac Jones. Of course, he wants to be picked here, but I mean, defensively, you got a defense that's going to shut some people down. So you're not going to
Khalil Mack.
You're not going to have to score a ton of points to win there. And if Aaron Rodgers is going out of Green Bay, then there ain't nobody in that division that's going to run away with anything. So, yeah, I mean, this could give you a chance to go 8-8, 9-7, and make the playoffs.
Right.
And I'm a huge Justin Fields fan. I think the dude is a money player. If somebody gives them a chance, they're going to get maybe a Super Bowl somewhere down the road.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, this is a day one starter. If it's Justin, this is day one next year. I mean, the interesting thing that I'm wondering though, because Rodgers not there, why would you make the Andy Dalton move if you're going to make this move for Justin?
Back up, Dalton, and I've been.
His father's star right now.
I was a Dalton supporter. I think the guy's a good quarterback, but I don't think he's got much left in the starting tank anyway. So.
Yeah, that's true. Are we not going to get the commissioner on this? Oh, here he is.
Hey, it's my job. Get out of here.
Brad, I don't know if you've been paying attention, but it looks like we're about to get Justin Fields to Chicago at number 11.
That's a good pick. I just was thinking about something though, and I may cut in and out as I'm in kind of an area of the road that doesn't produce very good signal. But I just wanted to allude on a comment I think that was made right before I had left for a second. But I think even if the Packers dealt Aaron Rodgers, if they got Jimmy Garoppolo, I still think they could be a contender. I was thinking about Jimmy Garoppolo earlier today, just a little while ago, and as a 49er fan, I'm not hating on Jimmy Garoppolo because I think the dude's a proven winner. Problem is that I'm ready to move on from Garoppolo because of his injury prone.
Right.
I mean, he was really. I mean, let's be honest.
Right.
Uh-oh, you're breaking up, Brad.
Yeah, my connection's horrible right now. So I have to wait till I get in town a little bit here in the South some more.
My Chicago Bears select.
Here we go.
Justin Fields.
Perfect place.
Yep.
Perfect place for him to go. I love this pick. I absolutely love this pick. I think Justin is right behind Trevor Lawrence in terms of talent. I think that, honestly, I can make the argument that the only better position he could have been in would have been going to San Francisco. That's the only better position he could have been in. I think that he's got a chance to win that division. This is a great spot that Justin's coming into, in my opinion.
Oh,
Dennis?
I definitely agree, man. I mean, he has a top 5 defense to work with. I don't know their quarterback situation. I don't think you start on day one.
You don't think so?
No, you can find a vet. Now, with that being said, day one don't mean don't start the next. Day one doesn't mean don't start the first season. You
Right.
just gotta let him get acclimated to being a pro, and just don't throw him in. Let him relax, slow it down just a little bit. But before the season over, he'll be the starting quarterback.
What do you think? What do you think of the pick? What do you think of the team? I think it's a great fit.
I do too. And, Mike may be right. I mean, they do have Andy Dalton, but I said I don't think he's a long-term starter. But he can come in and win you a game or two here and there and let Fields kind of develop behind him for a little bit. That's what he's there for at this point. And that's what his career is based on at this point, is helping the young guys. And maybe coming in a spot here and there when he needs to. He can do that. I mean, but if you're going to ask him to play 10 or 12 games, 16 games, it ain't going to happen.
Right.
But they don't need him to now. I mean, Justin Fields come in, learn behind Dalton, who, whether we like him or not, I don't think he's a bad quarterback. I think he played a lot of years at Cincinnati. He has a lot of experience. He can learn from him. And then, when time's right, let Justin Fields take over.
Absolutely. And I mean, this is the spot. If you're Justin Fields, I mean, this is kind of a dream come true. Now, the question I have is, if you're Dallas, are you sitting here letting the phone ring, seeing the New England area code come in? Because if I'm Belichick, I'm wondering if I'm going to lose out on Mac Jones at this point. Somebody's going to get that last quarterback, and he's about, what, 3 picks away from picking? We could see Bill move up. Brad, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think that Chicago got a good pick, but I think Justin Fields got screwed. I don't like Justin Fields going to Chicago. I haven't seen a history of Chicago developing a quarterback.
True.
That's not a bad point.
True.
That's a good point. I like that.
You look at Mitch Trubisky. Obviously the money's the money. I mean, Justin Fields.
That's a curse word in Chicago, in the Midwest.
The question I have, though, I think that Justin's NFL ready. How much development do you think he needs, Brad? Do you think he's a
Here's the thing. And I think Pettis would agree. I think, if you logically think about it, I think you would have to agree that I don't think a single quarterback coming out of college is NFL ready. It's a totally different game, whether you play in the SEC or the ACC or the Big 12 or whatever. It's still a different game. Defenses are they're smart. The resources that they have to, look at quarterbacks and offensive schemes is different. I mean, you're not ready yet. And the problem is that I have a feeling that they're going to, especially with the moves that Chicago made, they're going to, I think personally, unless they go get them a true starter for now, I don't think you throw him to the Wolves in Chicago and don't hurt his career at an early stage. But that's just my opinion. I mean, I'm not an expert by any stretch of the imagination, but I think that you need to groom him a little bit towards what he's about to see at this level.
Right. True. I've got to ask, though, you said that you think Justin got screwed. Now that all the smoke is cleared, are you telling me that you would rather see Justin go to the Bay and to San Francisco?
The more and more that I thought about it, and this is not, a lot of people, when you talk about Colin Kaepernick, if you refuse the services of Colin Kaepernick, then you instantly go to the kneeling issue. And it's never been a kneeling issue with me. Colin Kaepernick was an amazing quarterback at San Francisco for the first couple of years. The problem with any mobile quarterback, you're looking at Lamar Jackson. Defenses are starting to key the quarterback and shutting him down. The problem is Colin Kaepernick couldn't throw the football. And I'm not saying that Justin Fields wouldn't have been that quarterback, but I don't want another quarterback that has, I don't know. Trey Lance was someone that popped up on my radar like a week ago. And after looking at it, I think his upside is great. And Justin Fields has got this medical issue that just came out. So that makes me a little weary about him as well. So, I would have been happy with him there. But I kind of would like to see Garoppolo stick around for a little while.
Yes.
Let our quarterback kind of develop, because let's be honest, I don't hate Garoppolo. I think he's a great quarterback. He's 26-6, but he's just injury prone apparently, and I don't think he's as reliable as a starting quarterback should be. But it would be great to have Garoppolo healthy and playing kind of like the Favre Aaron Rodgers situation. Let him,
Real quick, Brad, I don't mean to interrupt, but real quick, they're about to announce the Dallas Cowboys selection.
Has Pitts already been taken? Has Kyle Pitts been gone?
Yes, he went to Atlanta.
That's who Jerry Jones wanted. So I suspect they go after a corner to get some of that defensive positioning that they really need.
I'm thinking corner or that linebacker out of Northwestern.
I was going to say, I figured
Micah Parsons. There you go. Penn State linebacker.
I figured you couldn't go wrong if you predicted they picked someone from Alabama.
Right. So I got to ask you guys, once again, if you're Belichick and you're sitting here, I know you don't trade up often, but are you starting to get nervous that you may miss out on one of these quarterbacks and maybe pull the trigger to move up a few spots, or do you wait till 15?
Nah, you wait. Mac will be there.
I think Mac Jones will be there. I think Mac Jones isn't going anywhere. I don't see a market for Mac Jones at any of the other positions. I mean, teams. I don't see it.
Okay. I think that's the perfect landing spot for him. He gets to go under the Belichick learning tree. I think
what do you make of the talks, Mike Pettis? What do you make of the talks that the New England Patriots are actually structuring a contract deal for Garoppolo? I've seen that now. Multiple sources are reporting that that's a huge possibility.
I can see it, man. We heard it throughout the draft process. I think they really want him. At first, it was grumblings, but where there's smoke, there's fire. So I got a feeling that they're actually working hard at it together to entice us to pull the trigger on them. But we can't do that because if we go out and find an experienced former starter or a seasoned vet in the NFL, it may happen. But right now, I just don't see it, man.
And see, that's my question. If New England were to get this done, what do you think? They're not going to go quarterback here at 15. You don't go quarterback if you're planning on making a trade for somebody that likes a Garoppolo, in my opinion.
Well, I disagree. I think you do go quarterback only because of this, because you still have the unknown with Garoppolo. I mean, obviously there's a scouting report on Garoppolo where the 49ers wouldn't be wanting to deal him, considering he basically took them to a Super Bowl.
Well, then why re-sign Cam Newton?
You only signed Cam Newton to a one-year deal. I mean, it's not like you locked him down. You put him on a one-year contract, and he's a viable quarterback moving forward as far as this season goes, and then you see what's happening. I think they did the smartest thing when signing Cam to a one-year deal. At least you're not going out and getting someone that's not I don't understand the moves that have been made this offseason. Like, I never understood why the Jets moved away from Sam Darnold.
I agree there.
Sam Darnold was the problem. The problem in Sam Darnold, you talk about winners. Sam Darnold won because now he won't die because his offensive line sucks.
And, we talked about this earlier, Brad, and you weren't on yet. So I want to get your opinion. When that pick was made, I think all three of us said, Zach Wilson reminds us of Sam Darnold. Why do you get rid of Sam Darnold, who has experience, for Zach Wilson, who isn't honestly any better than Sam Darnold, in my opinion?
That's one of them. I mean, unless they like, I don't know. I mean, it's the Jets, okay? It's Jets, Jets. That's really all I know. Hey, let me pause real quick. I got to take care of something. I'll be back in a minute.
Right on. So I got to ask you now, are you happy with Micah Parsons? They traded back. They knew he would fall into their lap. It was smart.
It was smart. Finally, which tells me Stephen Jones has something to do with it if it was smart. But yeah, no, I'm happy with it, man. We like Sean Lee retiring probably had a lot to do with it. Him retiring 2 days ago probably had a lot to do with this pick. And again, I'm still convinced, and I could be wrong. I'm still convinced if Surtain was there at 10, none of this would have happened. They would have stayed put and got their corner that they were really looking for. But with Sean Lee retiring, you got to have somebody to take his place. You got to have somebody. And like I said, Jalen Smith is a walking injury bug. He's an injury waiting to happen. Leighton Vander Esch, same. When they're on the field, they're amazing. But they just can't stay healthy. So you got to get younger. You got to get faster at linebacker. Michael Parsons is a beast. I watched quite a few of his games last year. He's a beast. So, yeah, no, I'm totally fine with it. And, you know, I was on the Surtain bandwagon because I thought that's what was going to happen. That didn't happen. And so now I think they got the guy they wanted after that. They couldn't get him. They got who they wanted.
And the Chargers pick is in. Pettis, I got to ask you, do you think that deal hinged on or came about because Surtain went one pick ahead? Do you think that's why the deal went through for the Cowboys? They knew that Michael Parsons would be waiting for him?
Yeah, they probably did. You know, these guys do the due diligence and work. They probably have several guys they would pick in that spot if they're available. I think it just fell to Parsons. Guys, this is a top flight linebacker that ran like a 4.4, sub 4.4, and played in the Big Ten. So we know he can play. You know he can move. In today's game, you got to have a guy that can move sideline to sideline. So I definitely think it's a good pick. You know, I'm impressed that the Cowboy front office did their due diligence and went defense instead of getting a kicker or something like that.
Right. I said it before, I'll say it again. That is a Steven Jones handprint, not a Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones would have went after – he would have tried to trade down and get Devontae Smith somehow. Right. Jalen Waddle. And I'm not knocking – I mean, I think those guys are great, but we don't need that right now. I like Amari Cooper. I like
you don't need receivers at all.
No, I like Michael Gallup. I like Amari Cooper. I like the tight ends, Blake Dalton and Jarwin that we have. Nobody really knows who they are outside of Dallas, but they're both ballers. They're both gamers. So I like the offense we got. They got to get some offensive line help later in the draft, and I'm sure they will because that line is getting older. But right now, the first probably 3 or 4 rounds, I concentrate solely on getting that defense better.
Right.
That's what's holding them back. 6-10 won the NFC East last year. So, I mean, you know, you get a defense even without Dak Prescott, you're going to the playoffs.
You know, and we laugh about 6-10 winning the East, but once the tournament starts, everything changes, and everybody's 0-0.
Yeah, they played Tampa down the wire. They made Tom Brady miserable, and I have no doubt in my mind if the Cowboys had a defense, they wouldn't have won the game. I'm not going to pick Andy Dalton over Tom Brady.
Speaking of the GOAT, I know that hurts my San Francisco alumni there, but speaking of the GOAT,
I'll be honest, until he won this year, I was still holding on to that Joe.
Yeah, I finally let go of Cool Joe. But
yeah,
it's Brady. It is.
At this point, I think with Brady, I think it's one of those things. It's kind of like Michael Jordan towards the end of his career. People stopped complaining about Jordan, and we're just like, man, let's just enjoy the fact that this great player is here. And I think that's where we're getting with Tom Brady.
I'm still not giving up. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Here's why I'm not doing it. First of all, Antonio Brown, Mike Evans, freaking defense that was phenomenal. I'm sorry. Look, Jameis Winston lost 7 games with this Tampa Bay Buccaneers team 2 years or 3 years ago, whatever it was, with COVID. Hell, I don't remember. By like less than 7 points in all 7 games. So, I'm sorry. You got Leonard Fournette. Come on, man.
Come on now.
I know he's probably the greatest.
Don't have the greatest receiver of all time.
I don't give a shit. I'm sticking with the fact that he was on a loaded team. Shut the fuck up.
By the way, I've got to say this has got to be the offensive player, the guard here that they're showing out of Northwestern. You got to get Justin Herbert some time to get the ball away. I think it's got to be the guard from Northwestern.
I have a question though, and this is a legit question. I know, Mike, you're Pittsburgh. Hey, Pettis, by the way, he can talk shit about San Francisco all he wants. All I know is Antonio Brown won the Super Bowl before Pittsburgh did. I'm saying.
Yeah.
Touche.
But I have a question though, for real. So it's rumored that Pittsburgh's looking at a running back. With Ben Roethlisberger aging, taking $50 million in your salary cap, why are y'all not looking at another quarterback?
A running back.
Well, we talked about this Sunday. I think Najee or Travis Etienne will be the pick, but I mean, you got to look at a Kellen Mond or a Kyle Trask. I think. I think the second round is where we will address our quarterback. Remember, we just signed Dwayne Haskins too, so we've got another starter sitting behind Ben. We're working on a redo. Oh, hold on, the Chargers are picking.
Keep him away from the strip club. He has a lot of talent, man, but he got to grow up. He has to mature.
There you go. Rashawn Slater out of Northwestern, an offensive tackle. They got some help for Justin Herbert.
Yeah, for Herbert. Great pick.
Absolutely. But no, I think we're going to address quarterback early. I'll tell you, and I said this earlier, I think that we paid attention. I know Mike Tomlin talked with Justin Fields, so it's on the radar, I think. I don't think it's off the radar, but, you know, it's not anything that we're not used to looking at. Pettis, what do you think? Do you think Pittsburgh should be looking at quarterback early, or –
I'll say look at one, but I don't think it's such a crapshoot, guys. It'll take a lesser sting if you get one later in the draft, maybe second or third round, like a Kellen Mond or a Trask, man, or that kid from Stanford. I think it makes a lot of sense. You need to address other needs now, not running back. It's too early.
I mean, we are hurting that running back. I will admit that. We just got rid of our starter, James Conner.
Yes.
So, I mean,
Snell left. Is Snell still there?
I think Benny Snell may still be there.
Okay.
But I don't think he's developing where we want him to. So that's the question. I mean, Najee Harris or Travis Etienne, are they worth a first rounder? Like we keep talking, the NFL stands for not for long, especially for running backs.
A la Todd Gurley, so I don't know, man. It's hard to say. You got a bunch of nice running backs in the draft, especially kids out of the SEC. Rakeem Boyd, that kid Hill out of Mississippi State.
Right.
You can wait to address that later on, man, and get your needs done.
I think offense or defense is where we're going to go with the. Well, of course, we're going to go offensive. I mean, offensive or defensive line is where we're going to go early. What say you? What do you think, Aaron? Where do you think Pittsburgh should go with their first pick?
Is Marquise Pouncey retired?
Pouncey retired.
You need to get some you need to work on the offensive line a little bit because Ben did take those last
Jesus,
5
Ben
games.
Ben
took some hits. And, yeah, I think running back, you can get them later, like you said. I don't think there's any need to rush in the first round and get a running back. But and as far as quarterbacks go, they got to draft somebody. And Ben has to know what Ben can't do. And I don't think he will, but he can't be one of those starters that gets all offended because, let's face it, the guy probably has 1 year left.
Yeah.
And I think even deep down he knows that. So bring the next guy in, let him sit behind for a year. I'm good with – I think Kyle Trask is a good solid pick, maybe in the third, fourth, fifth round, something like that.
Oh, we got another trade coming here. The Minnesota Vikings just traded their pick to the New York Jets.
Interesting.
What's this move for? Elijah Vera Tucker, maybe the offensive lineman out of USC?
Well, they're not going after Mac Jones. I can first guarantee you that one.
Right. I mean, you have an opportunity to get one of the most talented offensive linemen for your new quarterback. Brad, what do you think? Why do you think the Jets move up here?
I think they need an offensive line, and I think that's where they're going.
I think that's where you got to go. Aaron, do you think this is offensive line?
It's got to be. There's no other reason to make this move. Yeah, I mean, did they not have another pick later in the first round?
I think they have one much later.
So they're probably still going, Louis Watt's not going to be there. Where we need, we got to get some help for Zach Wilson. So it's got to be an offensive line.
Pettis, you think this is a move to keep Zach Wilson off the ground?
Yo, they better. Or the 2023 NFL draft, they'll be looking for another one.
That's not a lie. And you got to think about some of the quarterbacks that New York has drafted and wasted. Sam Darnold, Teddy Bridgewater, freaking Chad Pennington for that matter.
Geno Smith.
Geno Smith.
Chad Pennington was actually decent, though.
Pennington was decent, but I mean, come on now.
But he was good.
He got to because he's on the ball range.
Right. And the pick's already in here for the Jets. I mean, this is pretty cut. If they go skill position here, I'm in question what the hell the Jets are thinking.
I've been questioning that for 20 years now.
That's true.
Oh, that's an awesome commercial with Drew Brees and Justin Fields.
You know, that's also. I'm wondering what Drew Brees' next move is now that he's officially retired and New Orleans.
I think he'll stay around football.
Did he not sign a deal with NBC?
Did he?
NBC games? I think he did.
He did.
One former quarterback signed a deal with NBC to do. They're going to do Sunday Night Football this year from the studio. I'm pretty sure it's Drew Brees.
Oh,
starting next year, he'll be doing games because Al Michaels is retiring.
Oh shit! Al Michaels is retiring.
This is his last year. Chris Collinsworth will be moved from the field to the studio.
Well, fuck Chris Collinsworth. I don't like him.
And Drew Brees will be Mike Tirico and Drew Brees doing Sunday Night Football.
Man, that's crazy.
They wanted to give Al Michaels one more Super Bowl when NBC has a Super Bowl this year. So
that's crazy. So another question that we've been asking all day is New Orleans. How committed are they to the former first number 1 overall pick, Jameis Winston? Right now, it's looking like they're pretty committed if they're not that worried about Mac Jones going.
Well, they have a really good seafood selection in New Orleans, so he's fit.
Right? Oh, my goodness, you're terrible.
I'm just saying.
Oh, shit.
They got some good crab legs, bro.
He is the black Brett Favre, though.
Oh, shit. Hey, somebody chance on it. I think it's going to be New England.
I mean, let's be honest, though. Brett Favre would throw 65 touchdowns and 100 interceptions.
Right.
I mean, Jameis Winston's a part of the 30-30 club.
Right.
Who throws 30 picks who throws 30 picks in a season?
Who throws 30 picks in a year, man? That's nuts.
And then gets to follow up Drew Brees' legendary career in New Orleans.
Oh, and by the way, non-football related, because I'm probably going to jump off here in a minute, but can I just say that if you're an up-and-coming boxer named Paul, you can kiss my ass, because now I'm rooting for Floyd Mayweather.
I've never heard of that in my life.
Dude, everybody is about to be a Floyd Mayweather fan.
Well, my thing about that is like that is a total disrespect to the sport of boxing for that match to even happen. It's ignorant.
It is.
If Jake Paul gets more than 2 punches in on Floyd Mayweather, then it's some kind of
Absolutely.
Well, I can tell you this: Mayweather's not scared of him, and Mayweather's a showman. He'll make that fight look interesting for 6 or 7 rounds.
Yeah.
You don't think he'll carry him to the end?
Right.
I think
he'll
he'll
sell
carry
the
him
fight.
to a decision.
He'll make it. He'll stretch it, if you will, but I think it's an insult to boxing, man. What the fuck?
It is. I wouldn't have minded seeing Cormier just fucking fuck him up, honestly.
And then you got Oscar De La Hoya and his kidneys coming back to fight.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Why, man?
I don't. They come back in July.
Like Tyson did it, and everybody thinks they can come back now.
Yeah, but Mike Tyson's still a bad motherfucker.
Yeah,
right.
He still a feared man.
Those first couple of rounds, Tyson's pretty cool.
Oh, here we go.
Take Mac Jones.
Oh my God! If they go 2 quarterbacks,
That'd be great, dude. Take Mac Jones and hold his ass for hot ransom.
We said they got somebody to protect him.
Elijah Vera Tucker. They got an
Mac on the
offensive line.
phone. Who Mac on the phone with? New England?
Oh, I guarantee you, Mac's on the phone with Bill. Bill's like, "Hey, I'm going to take you here, but if you fuck this up for me."
Hey, Mac Jones smelling ear to ear, man.
Hey, wouldn't you be if you have Bill Belichick on your phone right now?
No.
Bill's
I'd be
like,
happy to get an NFL
No, it's
contract.
Washington. It's Washington. It's
It's
Washington.
wait, what?
It may be Washington.
Did New England trade out?
They are. I mean, these guys. I don't know. We act like this is a big surprise, but I think these guys have this stuff pretty much a month in advance. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, I feel like the San Francisco 49ers played a little bit coy, but I feel like Kyle Shanahan's known for a while.
Yeah, they played. They had a good poker hand on that one.
I think though, in all honesty, I think that Kyle Shanahan truly wanted Mac Jones.
I think he did too.
Do you really?
I really do.
I'm questioning Kyle's sanity if he wanted Matt.
But because he could get rid of Jimmy right now. That's the only reason. That's okay.
Yeah, if it's a draft ticker thing, then Jets back on.
Right.
Yeah, ESPN, they got picks in, dude.
The Patriots about to get Mac Jones. They just said it.
Yeah, they are. Well, you get Mac Jones, you let and I don't know why the hell they just fucking did that, but you let Cam Newton play for a year.
Alabama and Auburn grad on the same team. That's gonna be awesome.
Right? I mean, let's be honest here. Cam Newton's still your starter in New England, right?
Oh, yeah, barely, yeah. Barely, yeah. Hanging on by a thread, Mike.
I mean, could you justify starting Mac Jones?
Mike, he's going to be hurt before Labor Day.
That's true. That's true.
So,
damn. Bill Belichick did not waste any fucking time, did he?
But you have to go back and look at the moves that the Patriots made this offseason. They made
some big time moves, Brad.
Hunter Henry. Who's the other guy? Right.
What a loser.
Here we go. Oh, shut the hell up. Nobody cares about food insecurity. Except for my fat ass.
What about a buffet?
It looks like this dude who he's talking about with food insecurity ain't got no food insecurity.
Hey, Brad.
Yeah.
I'm on a 49er message board. E40 just sent Trey Lance, my bad, Trey Area, as they call him. Official welcome to the Bay, baby. Woo!
I mean, we talked
earlier. I would take Aaron Rodgers right now. I ain't gonna lie.
I would too.
I want to talk about this Mac pick, but real quick, while we're talking about that, could Trey Lance just be trade bait to Green Bay?
No.
Mac
you know
Jones.
what, though, dude? If I could get Aaron Rodgers, I'd trade his ass.
Nigga, Mac.
Okay, here we go. It's official. Mac Jones. You say Cam Newton's barely holding on. Look at that power walk. That motherfucker's like, fuck this draft room. I'm getting the hell out of here as quick as possible.
No, he's actually going, I made just as much money in Alabama.
Damn it, bro. That was good. That was damn good. But no, you say that he is, that Cam's barely holding on. And when you think about it, though, and I don't know if you thought about it from this aspect, but Mac Jones really is the more traditional Belichick quarterback. He's more he's more Tom Brady than he is Cam Newton. So maybe Belichick does throw him out there early. What do you think, Aaron?
Might be C.J. Mullins too.
It's Bill Belichick. You never know what they're going to do at the end of the day. I think he'll be starting probably by. I think he'll probably start by October. I really do, because like I can't do like my stick could be hurt by Labor Day, so you never know. I'm just not a huge fan of the guy. And I could be wrong. He could turn out to be the greatest quarterback ever. I just don't. I see the talent. I see the skill level. But he played at Alabama. And I don't want to hold that against him. He played with an NFL team in college to get into college.
We laugh about Belichick coaching the greatest quarterback ever, but I mean, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Brad, what do you think? Do you think Mac's a quick starter?
I think you're going to get to see what Mac Jones can do in the preseason. You also have to remember, though, too, I think this is the first year that I really do believe this is the first year that they expand the season, correct? So we're going to have 3 preseason games and 17 regular season games. Does that start this year?
Yeah. Well, goddamn, if you have those two,
I'm in a week's area, so I'm going to get off here. But
all right, Brett.
So, I mean, once again, you got to think this kid's more prototypical Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
You got to be happy with the pick if you're Bill. He fell to you. This has worked out for the New England Patriots in this case. What are we thinking here on Arizona? I'm thinking defense. You got to replace your corners. They've had a rough few years with corners leaving and defensive backfield leaving. What do you think here? What's the pick? Pettis?
You said what, brother?
What's the pick here for Arizona?
Arizona, you got to go defense.
That's what I'm thinking.
You have to. You lost Patrick. Didn't you lose Patrick Peterson to Minnesota?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I would think defensive back, D lineman or linebacker.
True. Good call.
How about a kicker? We never see a kicker drafted in the first.
What the hell? Let's make some history. Let's look at Mac Jones' kindergarten drawings.
When I grew up, I wanted to be a football player. Yeah, no, they're probably going defense. They got to. Kyler Murray is a stud. I think the dude's going to be great down the road.
Oh, yeah. Kyler's definitely the quarterback that they need to focus on.
And the Cliff Kingsbury is going to have to he's going to have to go against the thought process of all offense, because at Texas Tech, it was all offense.
Right.
He's going to have to put a defense behind him, or Kyler Murray. It don't matter if Kyler Murray puts up 40 points in the game. If your defense gives up 45.
You can get away with that in the Big 12. Yeah. You can't get away with that in the NFL.
They could really get away with the Big 12. Texas Tech, it did do, I think, maybe a couple of 6-6 seasons at Tech.
Right.
Because the offense will put up 50, but the defense gave up 51. So.
Well, and I remember when they made the hire for him, I was like, why?
Yeah, exactly my first thought.
Like, what did he do at Texas Tech that made him deserving of a bump?
Oh, talking
about Cliff Kingsbury. And here we go. We're not going to have to wait long.
He had that fast break, fun and gun offense.
Exactly, and they knew that
they were just trying to sell seats at that point, because they were never filling up their stadium. They were trying to put up points and sell seats.
I like him. You had to go defense, man.
Who is this kid? You said you know him. What do I need to know about this kid?
He played at University of Tulsa, man. He was rated high all year during the draft process. I seen him play a couple of times. You know he's a Sunday player. Just watch him play.
What ESPN says is Collins is a dynamic and versatile linebacker with a stellar blend of size, length, and range. He's tall enough to see into the backfield, is quick enough to shoot gaps, and has the strength to hold his ground at the point of attack. Collins reads the quarterback and has good ball skills for a linebacker. Plus, he flashes as a pass rusher. That could be big
That's
for
huge. He's 6'4",
for Arizona.
2'6". He can stick his hands in the ground too. Yeah, that's a great pick.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, I don't
Yeah.
wanna see
Looking at some of these highlights, this kid's got some speed. Oh, nice. He's got some good skills too. Oh, he's gone. Woo! That's a good pick for Arizona right there, man.
It reminds me of maybe my comparisons are reminds me of the Patrick Willis when he came out of Ole Miss because he was.
That's a good call.
Right. Oh yeah.
Wonder what the Raiders are thinking. You know, if it's the Raiders, they're thinking best available talent.
They're putting a package together for Aaron Rodgers.
Right? What? Aaron wants to come here? John Gruden's freaking shitting himself right now. Man.
I get to go from Alabama to New England.
Right? I go from winning national championships to maybe Super Bowls. Tom Brady got his 7th this year, man. And that's the thing, you know, looking at who's going to close out this draft in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, you still, as long as that man is under center, he has got to be – Tampa Bay's got to be the favorite to win this Super Bowl next year.
Yeah. I would think so. I mean, you resign all 22 of your free agents. That's unheard of. That is absolutely unheard of in football today. So,
I mean, as long as you get past old Pat Mahomes, because they're coming back with a vengeance.
Mike, you took the words out of my mouth. You would have to say that the odds-on favorites in Vegas is probably New England, Kansas City, and Tampa Bay to go back.
Oh yeah.
Would you think?
You see, that's where every year we do the Vegas does the predictions and all that stuff, and we always predict these big. Like every year, it's Alabama's winning the national championship. At some point, other teams don't get sick and tired of hearing about how great Kansas City and are, and they're going to say no. Fuck this. We're going to knock it. I'm not. I may look like an idiot here, but I don't care. Kansas City is phenomenal, but I don't think they're as unbeatable as people make them out to be either.
I would agree. When you look at Kansas City in the playoffs, Kansas City falls behind quite a bit and then somehow miraculously comes back.
There are teams like Tennessee. There's teams like Cleveland. There's teams like Pittsburgh, if they can get themselves a running back, that if you give up a 10, 17, 20-point lead, you can't come back because they will run the ball down your throat. And I understand Mahomes got hurt in that divisional round game, but had Cleveland not fallen so far behind early, that's what cost them that game because they've been able to run the football in the fourth quarter. Kansas City's defense was wearing out. Their defense was wearing out big time. And the reason why, they steamrolled Buffalo because they jumped on them early and Buffalo had no answers. To me, Buffalo is a good team, but they're kind of a one-hit wonder. I don't see the AFC title game every year by any means. I think there are teams. I think the Ravens. I think the Steelers. I think the Browns. I think maybe the Broncos if they get a good quarterback because they got a good enough defense. You got teams like the Raiders. There are just so many good teams in the AFC. Kansas City is a good team. They're a very good team, and they could easily win 3 or 4 more Super Bowls. But I can very easily see them not making a Super Bowl for another 5 years. Because teams are eventually going to. Patrick Mahomes is not God. He's a great player, but at some point they're going to figure out how to stop him.
Well, and the book is already written. Tampa Bay wrote the book. If you can put pressure on Pat, then you're good. Yeah. The question is, can you put pressure on Pat? That's where you got to. That's what you have to do.
The 49ers wrote the book. Tampa Bay executed it.
Yeah.
San Francisco did the same thing into the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes was on the reps the whole game. But you got to give a guy credit, man. They're never out of a game. They're like a basketball team. They're waiting on that one big run.
Right.
Remember the first Super Bowl, when they won the Super Bowl 2 years ago, they were down every game in the playoffs, guys. Every game. Remember that.
You're right.
Yeah, that's what I was saying a minute ago, though. If you can run the ball down their throat late in the game, it doesn't matter what Patrick Mahomes can do if he's on the sideline. But that year, teams just couldn't put him away. They didn't have nobody had the running game to put him away at that point. And that's kind of what Tampa Bay did. I mean, they dominated them, but late in the game, they didn't give Kansas City a chance to make a comeback because they just started. Leonard Fournette just started shoving the ball down their throat, running the clock, and Mahomes can't do nothing on the sideline.
Right. If you're Oakland here, Jalen Phillips out of Miami has got to be looking pretty good. You get a pass rusher. That's the big thing in Oakland right now. I think you need a pass rusher as
they lost quite a few.
Goodell comes to the podium here.
They lost quite a few D linemen for ages.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Here we go.
Oh yeah, stud.
Ooh, okay. A tackle from Alabama. That's interesting. I mean, you're protecting Derek Carr with that pick. But my question is, apparently Chucky isn't very high on Derek Carr. What? Does this pick make sense to you necessarily, Pettis? Because apparently Gruden isn't very high on Derek Carr. This is like a pick you make whenever you know you have your quarterback.
I still think Chucky got something up his sleeve, man. He's a throwback football coach. He like big physical talented people. And dude probably great as the best available talent. And you can't
absolutely.
A top flight offensive tackle in the NFL, man. This dude played at Alabama. Come on, man.
Yeah, you don't start on the offensive line at Alabama unless you the shit. Exactly. Aaron, what do you think of the pick?
Like you said, they got to protect Carr or whoever's under center next year. But this is also a pick where you're not picking, you're not – we know he might not be sold completely on Derek Carr, but we also, like it was said earlier, I think Mike said earlier, that one of the teams Aaron Rodgers talked about was Las Vegas.
Right.
So go get somebody that if you have any kind of confidence down the road that you can go sign a guy like Aaron Rodgers.
You can show, hey, look who we got for you.
We got somebody to protect you, to protect your blind side. There you go.
So here we go again. Miami. We went Waddle first.
Now they get their tackle, guys. Now they get their tackle.
Yeah. Now they go in the offensive line, I think.
Yes.
Took them no time.
No, it didn't. But no, you've got to go offensive line here. You're looking at a team that needs to protect their asset in Tua Tagovailoa. Now that's interesting. That right there, there's a 60% chance of this kid hasn't been available when they pick again.
That make you cringe, doesn't it, man, as a fan?
And you used a first rounder on him. Mel is not happy with this pick either. Mel Kiper.
He definitely didn't pick it. No, he ain't happy with that pick. He didn't
right.
That. He had him what? 40.
He had him, I think he said mid-second, early third.
I don't know about that, but I don't know about no mid. I don't know about no mid-second. Late first, early first, second. Late first, early second. This guy did play at Alabama and block for all.
Right, exactly.
It ain't by accident that he's good.
Exactly.
But like you say, Aaron, like you said, man, you can sell that to Aaron Rodgers. Look, we jumped up to get this guy. We thought he was the best available talent at the position just for you.
Here we go. You got to go offense here. Offensive tackle.
Home pick. Another home pick. Another homegrown pick.
What? I don't know about that one.
They saying he good though, man. I ain't really.
No, I'm not saying he's not good. I'm just saying this doesn't make much sense from
No,
a
it don't
need
make sense at
perspective.
all. No. That defense is nasty.
Whew.
That's what Miami needs, in my opinion.
Does Miami have another first? Hold on, let me look.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. If I ain't mistaken.
No, Miami doesn't have another first.
Is it an early
They
second?
better hope that they got some good offensive line talent waiting.
Yeah, it's something out there.
What do you think?
One thing we don't necessarily take into account, at least I don't, because I don't know their coaching situation, but if they have an offensive line coach, they feel like can develop anybody into, or they can develop a second, third, fourth round pick into being a good offensive starter. Then maybe that's what they're thinking. If we trust our offensive line coach to be able to develop you up to being the guy we need, then we don't have to reach for an offensive lineman this early in the draft. We can get one later and just have them. But then, you're going to have to take time to develop them if you do that.
Exactly. And I mean, that's exactly it. Tua, you already have the injury concerns. Whew.
Hey, I'm gonna throw some tidbits at y'all. Trey Lance's dog is named Niner.
Uh-huh.
His dad was once at 49 in camp for tryouts.
Damn, okay.
Some things come full circle.
Yeah. It didn't quite come full circle for Aaron, but it certainly has for Trey Lance.
You watch film with your dad since you were in junior high, breaking down film? Okay. That CEO type mind on the field. That's what Shanahan like. That's why everybody's gonna love Mac Jones.
That's true.
You got to be cerebral and able to break shit down and process it. And I think that's the knock on Justin Fields, too. I like Justin Fields, and I probably would have took him or Lance, but I guess that's why they're paying the big bucks to scout these guys.
I think you hit the nail on the head. I think Justin is more of, you see Justin's brilliance in when the play breaks down. I think Justin, if it's just a standard play, I don't think Justin shines until the play breaks down. If the play breaks down, that's when you can see Justin scrambling and doing all this crazy stuff.
Right. It's been a good draft thus far, man. I think
it really has. I haven't gotten as many, I haven't seen as many curveballs as what I expected, but it's been pretty good. Everybody's been getting, we've had a few thrown at us. That last Miami pick still, kind of makes me wonder what the hell they were thinking. But like you said, if they think they have an offensive line coach that can develop and make kids play above their potential, maybe that's what it is.
Right.
There's certain positions I've noticed in my years of watching football that owners and GMs just don't want to spend a ton of money on, even if they want good results. And they're willing to go out and spend $200 million on a quarterback, but you spend 15-20 on a lineman, and people are like, "What the hell are you doing? Why are you doing that?
Right.
You can go get a lineman anywhere." It's not necessarily the case. I played offensive line in junior high and high school. I know a completely different level, get it, but it's. Offensive line's hard. It's a very hard thing to do. People don't understand how hard that position is to play. But, we don't know what's going on in the Miami office. I'm with you. I'm scratching my head. I don't understand it, but maybe they have a plan. And then again, maybe they don't. And if they don't, that coaching staff will be out the door in a couple of years.
Yeah.
Remember the free agency market is going to heat up, too, after the draft.
That's true.
30 years, and you see what you have to do, financial-wise, so.
See,
100 free agents. It's a bunch of good free agents left.
Once again, you're talking about. We talked about coaches and how they, draft to what suits them. Miami has a defensive coach. What is his name? The kid from New England. He came from New England. Brian Flowers, I think, something like that. Flores. Yeah, Flores. Out of they came from New England in the Belichick coaching tree. So I mean, the pick makes sense from that aspect. But man, Tua, if you're Tua, you're sitting there going, shit.
Where is my protection, bro?
Right.
Because last time I seen, before they went back to Fitzmagic, Tua was running for his life, man. Did he get hurt?
Yep.
So maybe they'll address it in free agency, man, or later on in the draft. You know what?
I mean,
either way it goes, you gotta address it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And now we have Washington football team. Washington football team, another interesting thought here.
They need a quarterback.
You would think so because they just got rid of Dwayne Haskins to Pittsburgh.
Yep.
Alex Smith just retired.
Yep.
Who's left in Washington to play that quarterback position?
Unless they fill out that kid from the Heineke that played against Carolina last game of the year, the game they had to win. He won that game for them, and then he went out against Tampa Bay, played pretty well in the playoffs. Unless they're sticking with him.
Here we go.
I seen him play, but I don't just know a whole bunch about him.
A linebacker out of Kentucky. That is an interesting pick.
SEC.
Right?
Half the freaking picks don't been out of SEC.
Right?
6'4", 250 pounds. Okay. Big physical people.
6'4", 234. What type of speed are we looking at here? He lets the play develop. I mean, you got a good running you got a good player.
They probably drafted on need, man. He was the best playable guy at that position. That's all.
Right. Because at this point, that's really what you're looking at is the best players available to you. New York's another interesting spot. Daniel Jones, I'm not sold on Daniel Jones being your starting quarterback. This may be a spot for a Kellen Mond or a Kyle Trask, but first still seems really high for those guys.
Well, Mike, you got to give Daniel Jones. He's been in the league, 2 years, and he ain't played with a full healthy roster. Saquon Barkley was hurt last year. His receiving core was decimated. I don't think you pulled the trigger on him yet, man. You kind of be patient with that. Just make sure you got some protection and get him another weapon or two. They were talking about getting him a receiver, right?
Yeah.
Who y'all?
I've heard receiver here a few times.
Who y'all think if it was receiver?
Who's left at receiver?
You got that kid out of Ole Miss, Elijah Moore. You got the kid out of Kadarius Toney, out of Florida.
According to ESPN, their needs are outside linebacker, center, offensive guard, inside linebacker, and offensive tackle.
Well, they don't need no receiver, do you?
Right. Oof. Apparently, the best available would be the inside linebacker from Notre Dame, but the best fit would be offensive tackle Darisaw out of Virginia Tech.
Okay. Mentioning Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley, you need to get that offensive tackle.
And see, not necessarily in this case, mostly we've been talking about offensive talent or offensive tackle and offensive line for the quarterback. I don't know necessarily that you're drafting for the quarterback here as much as Saquon. Because that offense, let's be honest, has got to run through Saquon Barkley.
Okay.
So offensive line would make sense to me here.
I think
it's
so
the
too.
safest pick. It's definitely the safest pick.
I think so too. I will say, you're not sold on Daniel Jones. I'm not saying he's the next coming of Tom Brady or anything, but when he's on the field and I have to play him twice a year, the dude scares me because he's got some talent. And,
right.
And you add Barkley on top of it, that's a scary team. I read an article somewhere recently that said, that they predicted the Giants to win the NFC East probably 5 of the next 7 years. because
Really?
because the young talent is just so good right now. And
Right.
yeah, they got to get some protection because I don't remember how Barkley tore his ACL, right? I think something like that. Daniel Jones, at least the 2 times we played him, he just didn't get hit a whole lot. And we have some pretty good pass rushers. I don't think their offensive line is necessarily decimated. I think they're just getting older.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, I would say go get an offensive lineman. Their defense is pretty stout for the most part, but you can always use a little bit of help there too.
Mm-hmm.
But it's got to be offensive line. That's the only thing that would really make sense at this point.
That's what I'm thinking. You make the smart pick. You go ahead and continue to keep Saquon happy. Because, once again, the life of an NFL running back, if you can extend that at all, that wouldn't be a bad idea. You look at this kid, I don't know that you go defensive end in this case.
Huh?
I'm surprised that dude's still sticking around, though, because he was another guy that the Cowboys are pretty high on number 10. And
Quiddy Payne?
the fact that he's still out there and available at number 20.
Who was that guy? That guy from Michigan?
Yeah. Payne.
Yeah, Payne. Yeah. It won't be too much longer before he goes.
Yeah, he'll probably – I wouldn't be surprised to see him go to either Indy or Tennessee, to be honest. Tennessee is not stacked on defense, so they have an opportunity to –
They're not very good at all.
Right.
Tennessee lost a few free agents on defense, too.
Right.
Especially the secondary.
True. Indy, I don't think you have as many. You got Pittman at wide receiver. You're good at wide out, in my opinion. Your quarterback situation, you just got Carson Wentz. I think Indy's going to be a defensive pick.
Indy has a great defense.
Yeah.
Indy's real close, man. I don't know what Wentz is going to do, but they're not far away.
I'll tell you, as much as, this isn't going to be a earth shaker, but if I'm Indy, I don't know what they were thinking trading for Wentz. Like, that kid is not a franchise quarterback.
Y'all ever watch the Pat McAfee show?
From time to time.
He's hilarious. I like the dude. Of course, he's a Colts guy. He played for the Colts his whole career. So when they made the trade for Carson Wentz, he had a whole episode where he was just going ranting on signing Carson Wentz. I don't think he's bad at this. I think he's mentally gone now. I think he's just mentally too fragile. The city of Philadelphia just took it out of him.
My problem, like you said, man, it's a Garoppolo effect. Best ability is what? Availability. You got to stay
right,
man. He can't stay on the damn field.
Here we go.
Run, he was hurt.
You're right. I mean, shit. Anytime that not Fitzpatrick, Nick Foles comes in and shows you up, I don't think you're a franchise quarterback. Here we go.
What did I tell you? Kadarius Toney from Florida. That dude is a stud, man.
Ooh, I don't like that pick.
Neither do they.
Once again, though, why do you not go offensive line and help out Saquon in this case? I mean, what do you think about that?
I like him as a player, but I don't know if that's what the Giants need.
Right. It wasn't necessarily a fit, in my opinion.
I don't think you need another, what's his name? Cruz? What was his name?
Right. Victor Cruz.
Yeah, not right now, man. He's a good player, man. He's explosive, but like I said, you need some people to protect the other stars you got.
Right, exactly.
Daniel Jones ain't gonna be able to give him the fucking ball because he's gonna be on the ground.
Exactly.
I think
this one threw a wrench in my thoughts.
I think there's a whole SEC thing. Like, we got to go pick guys based on where they went to school, or not necessarily the school, but the conference. Like, oh, he played. He was a explosive player in the SEC. We got to have him. You
Ooh,
don't
this
get
one,
right.
hey,
You know,
hey,
like you
dude,
said, you don't need to
electrifying,
right.
man.
I could be. I don't think it would be a stretch or too far off base. I think half of the talent we've seen come off the board here in the first round has been in the SEC.
I mean, Kentucky got a pick for, you know.
Right. Now all we need is Rakeem Boyd to go in the first.
He's gonna be
Well,
like
love
a
you,
Sauce
Rakeem.
Gardner, though.
You need
You
to
can
run
put
it
him
back
in the
a bit further.
backfield, spit him out. He'll rip it.
I don't even see his name on board. Like I see Felipe Franks late round pick kind of thing. I
Yeah,
don't even see Rakeem,
Felipe will be waiting a while.
but I
Yeah,
don't see
he'll be a 6th-round pick. He'll be a 5th, 6th-round pick.
Which I mean is good for Franks. I mean, good for him that he was able to work his way back in. But
He had all the
I
bats
mean,
on this table, didn't he?
right?
Oh yeah, he was ready.
I think the NFL literally sends them a
I
hat
think
from
so,
every
too.
team just in case.
Yeah, you can just give this shit away again.
So now we're here at Indianapolis, and their needs are offensive tackle, defensive end, wide receiver, safety, and tight end. I think this could be that spot for the Michigan defensive end, Quiddy. They say the best available again is the inside linebacker from Notre Dame, and the best fit would be the safety from TCU, Moehrig. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know necessarily that I understand that they need a wideout though. I think they're pretty set at the wideout position. They just got Pittman last year in the second round.
Yep. They re-signed T.Y. Hilton, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know necessarily that I see a wideout being a position in need for Indy necessarily.
Stud tight end. So
Last I just thinking Wentz is so bad they just need all the help they can get at that position.
Right.
yeah. Oh. How's their offensive line? Is it decent?
Their offensive line is good.
They kept Philip Rivers up right last year.
Yeah, I mean, and that's something saying to keep Philip Rivers upright when Philip Rivers doesn't move once he's snapped the ball. And I mean, I got nothing but love for Philip, but
yeah, I love Philip Rivers, but yeah, he was statuesque.
Yeah, just a wee bit.
At best, Yeah.
Oh, Green Bay fans aren't going to like that commercial.
Which one?
Aaron Rodgers State Farm commercial.
Well,
maybe that's why he doesn't want to. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't mean I want to leave Green Bay to go play somewhere else. Maybe I want to leave football period and go do commercials.
They actually said that they think earlier on NFL Live. They said that the Jeopardy thing kind of changed his mindset. That he knows he can do something else. So that's interesting to me that, one-off Jeopardy hosting position has changed Aaron Rodgers' whole mindset.
Yeah. I mean, he's at the end of his career, man. So, he wants to call the shots. I really don't blame him. He gave Green Bay, man. He gave him everything.
He really has nothing else to prove at this point. Even though I'm sure he wants more Super Bowls, he still has a ring. He has 3 or 4 MVPs. He's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. So, I mean, there's really nothing left to prove at this point.
Right.
Been to that stadium before.
Have you?
Yeah.
Man, y'all notice a lot of former teammates done teamed up. Look at Hurts and Devontae Smith. Look at Tua and Jalen Waddle.
Right.
Y'all peeping the narrative here, man.
Yeah. That and there's a lot of Alabama talent available out there.
It's plenty of that to go around. It is plenty of that to go around.
What the hell's Wilson talking shit about?
Oh, the Walter Payton Man of the Year award.
Oh, I got you.
I hate to
Russell,
see
you don't even want to be in
He's a good
Seattle.
dude, man. He's a
Yeah,
good
he
dude.
is.
I hate his team, but yeah. The pick is in.
Yes, it is. Once again, I know it's not going to be popular, but you got to go line, offensive or defensive in this case.
Dude, you gotta go. I mean, you gotta go in the trenches. I would go offensive line. I mean, I don't know.
Especially, we already talked about Carson and how you've got to keep him upright.
You gotta keep this dude upright, man. So you can have numbers like that.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. That's right.
Oh, yeah, Frank Wright.
Oh,
Yeah.
I forgot about Frank Wright. Yeah. That might be what just what the doctor ordered, right?
True.
Yep.
One thing we can say, he's still young and he has talent.
Yeah.
Right?
There's certain
All
things
these cats, hey man, I'm sick of all these coordinators and coaches getting these guru titles and they ain't did nothing with these players. We be throwing that around too lightly.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You weren't lying about that.
Develop this cat, man. Let me see. And I ain't talking about Super Bowl, but let me
Well, and see, this will be Shanahan's first quarterback that literally it's on him to develop. So that'll be interesting to see.
Hey man, I love Mike Shanahan.
Here's this guy dressed as Tony Dungy.
But guess what? Cal Shanahan don't have one winning season in 4 years.
Right?
Okay.
He better get his shit together.
Thank you. You got your quarterback that you handpicked. No more excuses. Yep. Mr. Payne.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's good pick.
Not mad at it. I think this addresses a need. I like it. This is a good pick. You're gonna get some pass rush out of this. And if you're Tennessee, you got to be kind of disappointed that he's off the board now.
Yeah. Go next best pick.
Tennessee needs a wide receiver, a tight end, a cornerback, an offensive tackle, or a safety. Best available to give me inside linebacker out of Notre Dame and the safety from TCU is what ESPN is saying. This Quiddy Payne kid, I mean, Michigan defenses under Harbaugh really haven't been any sort of joke. I mean, Harbaugh is known for his defenses.
Yep.
And, I mean, just looking at him there.
It's amazing to me how they haven't done anything while he's there with the
Yeah, that's what happened.
It really is. As many programs and teams as he's rebuilt, it is shocking to me that, how deep are Michigan's problems that Jim Harbaugh hasn't been able to fix it.
Yeah, it's hard to say, man. But one thing they pretty much underachieved, and they can't beat Ohio State. So that's
right
there.
Harbaugh's probably got 1-2 years tops to at least be competitive with Ohio State.
Yeah, I mean, they not only have to beat
he might have to beat them this year, man, to save his job.
Right?
I mean, not only have you not beaten them, I don't think the games have even been close the last couple of years. They've been pretty.
I mean, I think last year, I'm pretty sure that they ran them the hell off the field.
Yeah, it's been a mismatch, man. It ain't even been freaking close. And that's another problem, too. You gauge yourself with Ohio State in the Big Ten. When you getting deboned every Saturday, every time you play them, that ain't good.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And stay tuned a little bit after we get done with wrap up the first round. We'll go ahead and go through all 32 picks and give our grades for them, A to F. But, I mean, right now, the only ones that have me scratching my head are some of these, like the Zaven Collins, outside linebacker, the Leatherwood to Oakland. That one didn't surprise me until we saw the little graphic of he was projected to be there at 26. Before that, I thought that was a good pick because, the dude's a beast. But if you think he's going to be there in the second round, don't reach right now. Exactly.
Yeah, but they may have felt that he wasn't going to be. Somebody was going to take him.
Yeah, that's true. The experts aren't always right, I
But
guess.
that still seems too early when you was at
Yeah.
you know. Maybe at the end of the first round you could have took him. But
So here we go, the Tennessee Titans. And like you said, defense, the Achilles heel. They're not stacked on defense. I think you got to, again, go defense here. Linebacker, defensive line.
They need everything on defense. I mean, and Mike Vrabel's he's a great player. I think he's a really good coach. But they have got to shore up that defense. They could have ran away with the division last year.
look all the receivers they got. They're going.
I mean, true. They only have two of their top. They only have one actually of their receivers left, and one tight end. Whew.
Didn't realize that. I mean,
wideout may be a spot for Elijah, like you said originally, Pettis.
Yeah. Kadarius Toney gone, so yeah, I can see that. Oh, y'all forgot about Rashard Bateman.
This is certainly interesting to kind of think about this one. Do you though, knowing how many wideouts that are talented are left, do you go ahead and take the defense or do you take the offense?
it just depends on who they see as their guy, the guy they want at this point. I mean, if you feel like he's going to be there in the next round, then yeah, go get you a wide receiver that you don't know. Chances are defensive guys are going to hang around for a while. But,
right.
It just depends on, like I said, who they want and everything like that. I would say probably go get Elijah Moore now because I don't know that he'll be there
in the next round. Right?
By the time no, he won't. Yeah, you got to take him now because you got to take him now.
And even that Bateman kid, you probably want to, even if it's him, you probably want to take him now.
Hey, man, but teams are smart, man. They'll sit and wait. A team could really want you and know they could get you a little later to pay you less money, man. We got to remember.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we just saw it earlier with Mac Jones and New England.
Prime example, different sport, Casey Opitz last year. He could have signed, but he could get more money and better value.
True.
So, yeah. These guys are smart. They do their homework. If I could save $1 million or $2 and 3 picks, I'm gonna do it.
I love that dude facing ass. Please give the ball to Derrick Henry.
Going back to what you said about Opitz, I know it's a completely different sport, but as a Razorback fan, thank you MLB draft for not taking him.
Right.
But I'm shocked he didn't get drafted. I'm so shocked he didn't go somewhere last year.
You know what? He negotiated, but he just didn't sign because he felt the money wasn't. He felt he could get more money.
Probably, oh yeah, probably could. They'll probably be a top 5 or 10 round. They have so many rounds in the MLB draft; it's hard to keep up with it.
Right?
It's like 20 fucking rounds, yeah.
Yeah.
But see, last year was 5 due to COVID. That's what threw it all.
Oh, okay, I got you.
It was just 5 rounds. Yep.
And there's like 300 baseball teams out there too, so you got a number of players for those teams, and that's a lot of players.
So I mean, that is an interesting idea. Like they asked, do you go with the explosive, take the top off the defense type wideout here? That's not really Tennessee's MO. Tennessee's MO is to give the ball to Derrick Henry. So this will be interesting.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, I mean, if he's a deep threat, okay, cool, but that ain't what they do. They a grind it out kind of team.
Exactly.
Having Ryan Tannehill is a big part of that too. He's not a. He's a really good game manager. He's not a drop back and throw for 400 yards a game.
Yeah, you call him a big time game manager, right?
Yeah. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, he can throw for 3 every now and then when he needs to. He's not that type of quarterback. He's more of a, dump the ball off, give it to Derrick Henry type.
Hold up. Did Roger Goodell just try to rap Sweet Caroline up before they got to the chorus? Fuck you, Roger Goodell. You do not wrap up Sweet Caroline.
He did that.
I've been saying that for years.
Hey, dude, good. He just hurt.
Ooh.
He just hurt.
I don't mind that.
I don't either. I just hope he recovers from them back surgeries.
Right.
Yeah, he'll be fine, man.
I mean, for a first rounder, though, that is a gamble.
Oh, they said he should have went top 10.
True, but that was definitely pre-back injury, right?
Yeah, the second surgery.
I mean, but then again, we've seen players come back from worse. So, I mean, I'm not saying this kid. I just wonder, is the speed going to be there?
I think so, Mike. I think it's one of those things to clean something up that they seen in, when he did his physical.
Right.
They're gonna check everything, and they're about to invest this money in you.
True. So Minnesota on the clock now, and ESPN says they need a defensive end, an offensive guard, a center, a safety, and an inside linebacker.
Offense, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it again, offensive line, man.
I know he's getting old, but you got to keep your quarterback standing upright. Kirk Cousins.
I was going to say they might need quarterback. They do have Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins probably, like 32 maybe?
Kirk's getting up there. I don't know if
he's in his early 30s, man. He got I'll probably
hold on.
You got to go offensive line or defense.
Kirk's 32.
One thing we haven't talked about much, and this is probably about, I think, the third pick I saw that said they opted out of last year.
Yeah.
I wonder if that has some of these GMs' mindsets of not necessarily that they opted out. I don't blame them for that, but I mean the fact that you haven't played football in
a year, yeah.
But by the time you get around to the season opener, it'll be nearly 2 years since they last played a game of football.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That season.
Well, and
that's a real good point, Aaron.
A lot of people thought that that this could potentially hurt their draft stock when these people were opting out. So you do make a damn good point, but it doesn't seem like they are. It doesn't seem like it is hurting the people's draft stock that they did decide to opt out due to COVID.
I think it varies on player, man. I mean, of course, people last recollection of what have you done for me lately, right? What have you done last? Trey Lance, for example. Like we said, he played UCA with 15 for 30, 2 touchdowns. That was dismal. But the year prior to that, he went undefeated and had over 1,100 yards rushing and 3,000 yards passing.
Right. So the Vikings pick is in here. But the thing is I think that the kids that were on the bubble were the ones that played.
Exactly.
And I think that's where they were smart enough to play. Like Devontae, for example. Devontae, if he would have sat out this year, wouldn't have been a first-round wideout.
He wouldn't have been the Heisman Trophy winner either.
Exactly.
I mean, there's just something that's sort of popping in the head because they keep talking about these guys that have opted out, and there's, like I said, it's probably I think the fourth one I saw that they mentioned, that they did not play last season, and so it's just I don't think anybody would ever hold that against them not playing. It's just that it's a whole different practicing, going out and lifting weights and doing team drills and stuff is completely different than getting on the field and having a game against another opponent. And 2 years is a long time to go in between. Well, probably
actual live reps.
9 months, yeah.
Especially for a cornerback or a skill position.
Yep. Yeah, it's gonna be a little rust on you, but
yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this kid plays. When he gets his first snaps in preseason.
That's where I think they got, a lot of people maybe aren't worried about that so much. They do have 3 preseason games to sort of knock the rust off.
What do you think about them getting rid of a preseason game to add a 17th week to the regular season? I think it definitely puts – so I'm a person that I don't enjoy the preseason, but I understand its point and purpose.
Right.
It puts a lot of pressure on these guys to evaluate this talent a lot quicker, in my opinion. I don't know that I necessarily like getting rid of a preseason game.
I don't. I think it was the only thing they could do to get the Players Association to agree to that extra game.
Right.
Which this may sound bad for me as a person, but as a fan who loves NFL football, I'm loving the 17th game. It's one more week to watch. As a player and a coach, I would totally understand being against it and not liking it. So the only thing they could really do is say, okay, we'll take away one of these preseason games. What I hate is when people say they're meaningless. Like I get into so many arguments with people who say, "Oh, this preseason game doesn't mean anything." That's not true. It means something to your 20. It doesn't mean nothing to your 22 starters. But you have a roster of 100 guys, and when preseason starts, they got to whittle down to 53. So for those other 47 players, it means a lot to get out there and play and show what you can do. Because you may not make it on this team, but somebody else may say, "Hey, we need this. This guy looked pretty good in this preseason game. Let's go sign him." So yeah, it does kind of hurt. It hurts the young guys and it hurts the evaluators to have one less game to look at. And if you're a player, you don't get to play in those first 2 preseason games. You're sitting there at the third one going, "Please let me get some playing time," because otherwise I may be screwed.
Right. And I mean, you see this time and time again if you watch Hard Knocks. Yeah. These players that are like, man, we only have 4 weeks to make an impression. These 6th and 7th round talents, and here we go.
Mike's good pick. Good pick.
Okay. Once again, you make a move to protect your franchise quarterback, Kirk Cousins. I don't mind it. Okay, here we go. Now it's my turn to sweat bullets.
What you think, Mike?
I'm going to be honest with you. I know you said you don't think that it's going to – you think it's a stretch to grab one in the first round. ESPN has our needs as running back, then offensive tackle, offensive guard, center, and, of course, quarterback. Travis Etienne. I think it's going to be Etienne out of Clemson. I think we're going to go running back. We need one. We don't have a starting caliber running back on our team. Pettis, what do you think?
If y'all do go running back, it'll be Najee Harris because he's a more physical back. Etienne's more of a speed guy. He's strong and durable, don't get me wrong, but I just think Najee is more equipped to run between the tackles. And remember, Pittsburgh is in the black and blue division. I ain't got to tell you that.
Absolutely. Aaron, what do you think? Where's Pittsburgh go here? Did they go with the running back or did they go with offensive lineman?
I think they go running back, and I agree. I think it's Najee Harris. I saw an interview he did on First Take a few days ago, maybe a week ago, where he was talking about how much his meeting with Mike McCarthy. They literally brought it up because
Mike Tomlin.
Sorry. But they brought it up because Stephen A. Smith's such a massive Steeler fan. They talked about the Steelers the entire time. And it just felt to me like he knew something that nobody else knew. Like he knew that, that maybe Tomlin told him, hey, if you're there at 24, we're going to get you.
Najee's interesting to me in that he's got the kind of swagger that I know that Mike Tomlin likes. And here we go. Wait no longer. That damn Pittsburgh. Y'all were waiting shit.
He grew up a Steeler fan too, baby. I mean, he talked about being a Steeler fan from wherever the hell he's from. I don't know.
Roger, what the fuck you doing, boy? Why you going back? Shit, the pig's in. Fuck.
They got something in store, man, for us.
Hey, they might.
Big Ben. Aaron Rodgers.
Oh,
Alex Smith.
My favorite draft. Look at that babyface Ben Roethlisberger, man. Holy crap. It's crazy to think how long Ben's been around, man.
man. Neither one of them was a bust, Mel.
Yeah, none of them were busts. That's the crazy thing about that. I love when they call Mel on his bullshit.
Hell, they probably all Hall of Fame.
He said nobody the best.
I think he said. He said
Eli
or Eli. Yeah.
Eli Rivers, and who was the other one?
Oh, here we go. Hey, I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it. We needed a running back. They make no better running backs than Alabama.
He from the Bay
I
Area.
will say this. Najee, so running back at Alabama, how many running backs from Alabama have worked out in the league? And
Plenty.
Maybe.
Derrick Henry. He's a little small.
Mark Ingram
and Derrick Henry.
Hold up, keep going.
Who else?
What's his name?
Ever in history? Or
There's
just
a
recent?
couple of guys that.
Oh, I'm talking about like Nick Saban.
Okay.
Oh, you talking about like made a major impact?
Yeah, I'm talking about like Nick Saban era.
Okay. Richardson.
I mean, he's got some toughness behind him. I'll give him that. Okay. Ball security is important in Pittsburgh, man.
Man, that dude a stud, man. Dude is a stud.
He is. I can get on board with this. I'm not mad.
I will say
Woo!
this as somebody who's had to live through it. If your running back comes to you in 3 years and says, "Hey, I want to restructure my contract," don't let them go to freaking Cabo.
Right.
Najee Harris may be the greatest thing ever, but if he goes to Cabo, he'll come back 20 pounds overweight. And I'm talking to you.
What'd you say,
That dude took $90 million of the Cowboys' money and done jack since then.
Right.
Nothing.
57 career touchdowns.
So shut up. On the phone.
6 first round.
Holy shit.
Jeez.
Most in draft history.
There's still, 7 more picks left to break that.
Yeah.
They tied that Miami team with Ed Reed and Mike. Man.
That was a damn good team, too.
Dorsett and Willis McGahee.
Okay, so Jacksonville has the need at tight end, offensive tackle, safety, and wideout.
Okay.
Do you go and get somebody to protect Trevor Lawrence?
You got to. It's imperative. You rather get him. You rather keep him upright than him trying to throw the ball to a weapon.
Right.
First things first. We hope.
Right.
I know we're still
Hey,
on,
dude, but
we're
listen.
still on YouTube because one of my friends lives in Cleveland. Was like, "Oh God, your friend's a Pittsburgh fan."
Damn right, I'm a Pittsburgh fan.
Mike, you got to be happy about that pick, Mike.
Dude, I'm pretty thrilled with it. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I was hoping that we would find some way to get one of the quarterbacks,
Right.
just because it worries me where we're left with Ben. But like we've been talking all night, Kyle Trask, Kellen Mond, there's still some talent. Not to mention, we just signed Mason Rudolph, re-signed Mason Rudolph. We've got Dwayne Haskins on the squad now.
And you just never know with these guys.
You don't.
The most obvious pick was Tom Brady picked in the 6th round. Nobody ever heard of Tom Brady. Nobody knew anything about Tom Brady. All they knew was he looked flabby in his pre-draft picture. With his shirt off. He didn't impress anybody. That's why he got picked in the 6th round, and now he's probably the greatest quarterback of all time.
So
Right.
we sit here and focus on the top players and the players that the media talk about that we know about. These teams evaluate hundreds of players. So Pittsburgh probably thinking, you know what? We'll better get Trask probably in the late second round, third round. It makes sense. They got people on their draft board that they ain't had a chance to get to yet because we ain't got there. So I still think that they're gonna get a big time quarterback. And think about this. It has to be a quarterback to fit your environment and your system.
Exactly.
You gotta have a Josh Allen type quarterback in Pittsburgh in fucking November and December when it's 6 inches of snow and it's -10. You gotta have that type of player. You know, you ain't gonna have no Lamar Jackson is kind of a little bit different, I think, because it's usually you know, you don't usually have just a running type quarterback in an environment like that. You know what I mean? Because the element. Trask would be perfect for Pittsburgh.
That's true. That's true. I mean, the beautiful thing about Mike, and I trust Mike with the team implicitly, unlike a lot of Pittsburgh fans, Mike Tomlin plays chess when others are playing checkers. This guy knows what he's going to do.
He's a very intelligent guy. Yes. I like him.
He is an absolute stud at the coaching position. Well, here we go. The Jacksonville Jaguars. I like I said, you got to go offensive line if you're me. I feel like Urban Meyer is going to rebuild this offense in his image and what he wants it to be. And you start tonight. You build through the draft, and you get these young players that haven't been touched by anybody else, and you're good to go.
Right. I agree. And some teams are great at it. Mentioning Pittsburgh. I'm not trying to stroke you guys' ego, but Pittsburgh builds through the draft.
Absolutely.
Just like Baltimore. You know what I mean?
The AFC North does not usually mess around with free agents too often. Man, I tell you, that's one guy that's still watching his TV right now, probably trying to see what he's got coming with him.
Hey, guys, y'all notice something? For all the talent Clemson had, and they got a lot of top 5 talent, I only seen one player from Clemson draft.
You know?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so we got Trevor Lawrence.
That's it.
Yeah, it's just been Trevor.
They got 3-4 big-time receivers. They got a good tight end. They got Travis Etienne, a couple of linemen. They'll put about 8 people in the draft. I'm just shocked.
Oh, yeah.
We ain't seen one thus far. And
I'll tell you this much. I think Travis will slide now into the second round. I don't think anybody left needs – looking at the teams that are left, we have Jacksonville, Cleveland, Baltimore, New Orleans, Green Bay. Green Bay may take a running back. Buffalo may take a running back. Baltimore's on here twice. And then Tampa Bay. I don't think Tampa Bay needs a running back. They just got
you're right.
Who did Tampa Bay just get from Jacksonville?
Fournette, didn't they?
Harris Guys?
Nice, yeah.
Didn't they re-sign Fournette?
Oh, yeah, Leonard Fournette. That's who it was. Well, here we go. Jacksonville's about to tell us who they're going with. And apparently they don't have a fan to represent them this time. So Rodgers is just going to sit in the damn chair.
It's a lot of walking for him. He's probably tired at this point.
Right. He said,
"What? We just called it. What? How about that?
Ooh, that's interesting. So you do pair Lawrence with his former running back, but I hate to question Urban Meyer, but
Oh, no. Not there.
Well,
what do you think?
It's pretty obvious the pick came from Trevor Lawrence, and
Right.
let's make him as comfortable as we can by putting a guy behind him that's been behind him his whole college career. So that had to have a lot to do with it. I don't really know what the running back situation is at this point. I mean, it's obviously was a need. So, and like you said, he really does kind of remind me of an Urban Meyer back. So that kind of has something to do with it too.
Yeah.
True.
He remind me of Zeke.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah. That's Urban Meyer back. Zeke was probably the biggest Urban Meyer back there ever was.
He's a bruiser type, man. He looks for contact.
I ain't even think about Zeke.
I think he's faster.
You're right, dude.
Yeah.
I did. That ain't no bad comparison.
Oh, Alvin Kamara. Okay, I can see that.
Yeah, because them motherfuckers, they got another gear, man. That's ridiculous, man. That's ridiculous.
I still don't know, though. Oof. I don't know. I still don't know that you don't go offensive line. Like, you're right. I feel like this is done to make Trevor feel comfortable, but
I would rather him feel physically comfortable and not be on his backside the whole game.
True.
Correct.
I mean, once you put the helmets on, it's like, okay, I don't know who you are, but you're my running back. Take the ball. It doesn't matter at that point.
Like, you having a rapport with a running back isn't as big as you say with a wideout.
Yeah.
Like, why didn't you go wideout in this case? I got to question Urban on this one.
And then just the durability of a running back. I mean, the thing about getting a running back, I mean, once you got to get more than one. I mean, you got to have three.
Yeah.
You know,
in this league, absolutely.
To the mix, but they could address that later, man.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of good running backs left.
So if I'm Cleveland here, I think you go defense. Your offense is great. You have Odell Beckham Jr. You have, obviously, Baker Mayfield. Your halfback situation's locked up. Your needs, according to ESPN, are defensive end, defensive tackle, inside linebacker, corner, and then, of course, wide receiver is last. You got to go defense on this case and, continue what you started against Pittsburgh in the playoffs. I mean, think about how easily they got it Ben.
I think defensive end can be taken, maybe not off the board, but they can push that back for long because they just signed Clowney.
Right.
And if Clowney's healthy, you got Clowney on one side and Miles Garrett on the other. You don't want. I don't care if you're Big Ben. I don't care if you're Lamar Jackson or who you are.
Yeah, you're fine.
You don't want to line up against Miles Garrett on one side and a motivated
Jadeveon Clowney. Right.
Linebacker, yeah, go get you a linebacker because they got a guy named Taki Taki that's really good. But other than Taki Taki, I can't even think of anybody on the linebacker core that just wows you. So,
I mean, linebacker, corner, maybe again. Yeah, I think that D line is where it's at right now, and they're good. I think you start working backwards now.
Right.
And here comes the commissioner to let us know exactly who we're going to get here.
They better make a good pick because that place is probably, obviously it's about 70% fans. It's just a bad pick.
Hey, guys, Najee Harris threw a draft party at a homeless shelter where he lived for several years growing up. That's awesome.
Oh, man, that's awesome. Cool. That's awesome. That's freaking awesome. Man. And I'm sure that they can, knowing that, I'm sure they can expect quite a large donation.
I think you're about 6 months early there, Mr. Cooper, man.
Right. Here we go. Hometown team. She's like, I don't know what's going on here, but sure.
I forgot about Chase and Joe Burrow. All these reunions. A cornerback. Okay. Defense.
Okay, there you go. Corner. You go backwards. That's a good pick. I like that for Cleveland. Cleveland's addressing the need. I was thinking, their corners and their safeties are a Achilles heel for them. They seem to get beat a lot, in the passing game. So yeah, absolutely. I completely am supportive of this pick for Cleveland. What about you, Pettis?
I support the pick for Cleveland too. They win defense, the offense intact.
Absolutely.
Mayfield, Landry John. What's his name? Landry. I can't remember his first name right now.
Jarvis Landry.
Jarvis Landry, yeah.
Jarvis Landry, yeah. Odell Beckham Jr. Kareem Hunt.
Nick Chubb.
Nick Chubb.
They're loaded.
They're loaded on offense. And the interesting thing that he just brought up, though, he's right. You got on the defensive line, there was no need to go there. You got Jadeveon Clowney on one side, Myles Garrett on the other.
Oh, I forgot about that. Oh.
Yeah. That's going to be a nightmare in the North next year.
That's sick.
And speaking of the North, we now have the Baltimore losers, or the Crows. So ESPN says their biggest needs are offensive tackle, wideout, outside linebacker, center, and offensive guard. This may be a spot to get Lamar Jackson a weapon and go with that wideout out of Ole Miss. Elijah Moore.
Yeah, that's a great idea, Mike.
They do have 2 picks left in this first round. They are picking right now at 27, and then they're going to pick again at 31.
Okay.
Because of the Orlando Brown trade.
Okay, so you'll definitely grab a receiver, and you will probably grab a defensive player, maybe a D-back.
Yeah.
I'm just basing this on some of the stuff they lost in free agency,
I mean, the only other thing I could think of is maybe go offensive line because you just traded Orlando Brown. I'm not 100% on that,
though. I forgot about that. You almost have to. Or address it again in free agency, like we said.
True.
I was hoping to make it through on 6
Right on.
My kids are starting to get tired and they're at Star Wars.
Right on.
I want to get through the Cleveland pick at least.
Okay.
Here I come, Mike.
Oh, you're fine, Bo. Aaron was just telling me his kids are getting a little restless, so he's about to have to leave us.
Okay.
Anyway, this is fun. I'll see you guys Saturday.
Right on, brother.
Okay, Aaron.
See you later, Mike.
Hey, Aaron, take care, man. Have a good night, bro.
You too.
Oh. I'll be right back. Okay, here we go.
30 seconds.
Down to the nitty gritty here in the first round. Like I said, stick around and me and Pettis will give our grades for the first round picks. So stick around for that. But so far, everybody's done pretty well in addressing what they need. It'll be interesting to see if they if we get any more kind of curveballs thrown at us. I still question the Oakland pick and the Travis Etienne to the Jaguars, but we'll get into that in a little bit. Right now, we got the Ravens, and like we said, wideout. I think more at Ole Miss may be the move here.
Yeah, it's time for him to come off the board. He's probably definitely the best available talent receiver, especially if they're looking for one for the slot position.
Right, exactly. And I mean, let's be honest, you're kind of getting them at a maybe kind of getting a good spot here for this wideout. You could be looking at a pretty cheap pick.
Yeah, I mean, for the value, for the player you're getting,
And here we go.
You get them cheap as possible.
Here we go. The commissioner.
Whoa.
Okay, Rashad Bateman out of Minnesota.
That's
so
not
they go wide out, but they go Rashad Bateman rather than the Ole Miss wide receiver Elijah. What do you think about that? Do you think there's something that we know that they may know that we don't?
It could be Mike, Maybe he graded out a little bit better than Elijah Moore. Maybe he's a more versatile receiver than Elijah Moore. But I just think the Elijah Moore kid is a top flight talent. And of course, I watched him play, being a fan of the SEC.
Well, and I tell you, Elijah Moore may not fall too far. One of the biggest needs for New Orleans is wide receiver. Of course, that's also cornerback, outside linebacker, safety, and offensive guard that is listed by ESPN here. Man, I tell you, you got a new quarterback to break in, learning your system. If you're Peyton, you may go ahead and take a move on Moore here, the wideout out of Ole Miss, because at his heart, Sean Payton is a offensive guy.
Yeah, being an offensive guru he can do a lot with that weapon.
And it's interesting. They just said Rashad Bateman's a lot like Juju Smith-Schuster, who I know all too well for damn sure.
That's awesome. That's a great comparison.
Absolutely. And, if you're in Baltimore and you hear that name as a comparison, you're pretty excited.
Yeah, they're basically saying you're a star in the making, so that's
absolutely. Absolutely. I will be right back. I'm going to run to the restroom while we're on commercial there.
Definitely.
Aaron commented talking about Rashad Bateman. He said if he's like Juju, keep him off TikTok. I like that one. Aaron commented and said if he's like Juju, you better keep him off TikTok. Talking about Rashad Bateman.
Wow.
That was a good one, Aaron. Nice little zinger. Throwing shade on my boy Juju Smith-Schuster.
You gotta like Juju. Outside of Baltimore and Cleveland, everybody probably like it. You know?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
He having a lot of fun.
Oh, yes, he does. I still remember the first year he was with us. He was riding around everywhere on his bicycle.
That's awesome. Personnel.
Here we go. The first draft post Drew Brees in New Orleans. That's something that, I'm sure that Drew Brees or New Orleans fans have been kind of apocalyptic for him.
Right. It's bittersweet, man. It's sweet because you ain't got to see it no more. It's bitter because we're losing. We ain't losing, but a great player leaving the game.
Absolutely. I mean, in 5 years, he'll definitely go into the Hall of Fame for sure.
Look at those numbers, dude.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's shocking to me that he only won one Super Bowl, as great as he was.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy, Mike? We sit here and won Super Bowl. That's huge.
You're right.
But that's the time we live in. One Super Bowl is like you underachieved.
Yeah.
Like
absolutely.
But yeah, he was an awesome player, man, a better person too. They're gonna miss him.
Oh yeah, they absolutely are. Here we go. The commissioner is coming up, and looks like he's got somebody there with the umbrella and everything.
Second line. I did not. Hey, that was a change up.
Oh,
I did
defensive end. Okay.
And I can't say it's a bad pick because I'm not familiar with him. That ain't what I want to do. You know what I mean?
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's just one of those that you didn't expect it to happen. ESPN says Turner has active hands, outstanding length, and a bend to develop into a disruptive edge rusher. He also flashes as an interior pass rusher. Turner has the size and strength to set the edge against a run and chases with good effort. I mean, that's certainly an interesting pick.
The Packers pick is already in. They
Damn.
that damn quick.
Damn.
That's what I said.
They ain't playing around, are they?
Is it a trade?
I mean, shit. You got to wonder what the hell Green Bay's looking at. Green Bay, by the way, their needs, wide receiver, inside linebacker, outside linebacker, defensive end, cornerback. You could go a long way to making Aaron Rodgers happy if you draft a deep threat wide receiver, possibly.
Oh, yeah. Whatever you can do at this point.
We could possibly see Elijah in his slide here.
Dude, that would be good with Mike Thomas.
You know, even if Aaron leaves, you're still going to need
I mean, that'll be good.
weapons for Jordan Love.
I'm talking. What's the Devontae Adams? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Look at her green.
They don't look too happy, and I can't blame them.
You can feel the vibe, can't you, man?
Yeah.
They said they flew out to.
Oh, yeah. Everybody went out there this offseason trying to talk him out of this shit.
Changes here. It's not going to happen tonight, but it could be in play after this weekend.
You know what teams about to start doing, Mike? Putting packs together to get there, man.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Wow, Mike, they're saying it's unreconcilable, man.
I think it may be. I mean, it may be, Pettis. I just.
Yeah, it seems like we're beyond
the language that Aaron's using, it just doesn't sound like he wants to be there anymore.
It doesn't.
And I mean, at a certain point, if you're not wanted, which Green Bay can say they want them all they want, their actions in last year's draft kind of say a different thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. I think it's one of those things they didn't inform him and didn't have dialogue. It's not so much.
Right.
That's what I'm thinking. Because they make out he being selfish. Of course, you got to prepare for the future, but at the same time, you need to let this man know being your franchise player.
Exactly. I mean, a guy who just took you to 2 straight NFC championships.
Took you to 2 straight NFC championships.
You got to make a call here, and here we go. It looks like the commissioner's making his way to the podium. I could be wrong. I thought I saw him. Yep, there he is.
With the 29th pick, 2021 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Eric Stokes, defensive back, Georgia.
He's a stud. All right.
He's a stud. That's not where I expected him to go, though. I mean, I'm not hating the pick by any stretch of the imagination. That doesn't do anything to improve the relationship with Aaron, in my opinion.
No, it don't. They basically said screw Aaron, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, they said, hey, we run this organization, not you. The pre-draft analysis here says Stokes is a press corner with good size, excellent length, and outstanding top speed. He picked off 4 passes, including 2 he returned for touchdowns in 9 games last season. He does a good job of knocking the ball loose when he gets caught out of phase. He's too physical at times. He won't get away with as much contact in the NFL. So what do you think about that last statement, that he's too physical for the NFL? I mean, I see a lot of physical corners in the NFL.
He's going to have to clean it up, man, because the rules are geared towards the offense. He's going to have to clean it. And you know what, man? One thing about the NFL, you can be talented, fast, strong. It's about technique. His technique going to have to be right. Are you going to be getting kicked out the game for targeting? Or you always going to have holding calls and PIs. So it's about your technique. He cleaned it up. He's good, but he got ball skills.
So here's an interesting situation that I'm not quite confident I know where they're going to go is Buffalo. They need defensive end, running back, offensive tackle, cornerback, and defensive tackle. I'm safe, I feel like, in saying that they're going to go defense. I'm not sure I know who they're going to go with on this one, though.
I don't really, I mean, I guess it depends on what they need. If you're,
Yeah.
What are they targeting?
Their needs are defensive end, running back, offensive tackle, cornerback, and defensive tackle. I would think that they're going to go on the defensive side of the ball here.
Yeah.
Because right now that offense is looking pretty good.
Yeah. DN is damn near like, it's very essential in the NFL now to rush these big time quarterbacks. That's probably what they'll do first. But I'm just trying to figure out who is available.
Right.
Who are the best available players left at their position?
Right now, they have the best available as the inside linebacker from Notre Dame, which would no, it wouldn't fill the need for him. The best fit would be the offensive tackle Jenkins out of Oklahoma State, though. So that's certainly something interesting to keep your eye on. The best available on the big board is Jeremiah Owusu-Kamara, the inside linebacker from Notre Dame. Trayvon Mooring, the safety out of TCU. Elijah Moore, the wide receiver from Ole Miss. Tevin Jenkins, the offensive tackle from Oklahoma State. Christian Barmore, defensive tackle out of Alabama. Azeez Ojulari from Georgia. Liam Eichenberg from Notre Dame. Asante Samuel Jr. from Florida State. Javonte Williams from North Carolina, and Ronnie Perkins from Oklahoma.
I like that DN you said. That D tackle. That's probably the option.
Christian Barmore out of Alabama. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Alabama throws studs on the offensive or defensive line.
And
well, actually both, but yeah.
And DN, I'm sure. I wouldn't be shocked if he wasn't versatile enough to play DN and D tackle. But I got a feeling it's going to be him. Who did Kansas City trade their first round pick to?
Baltimore.
That's right.
For Orlando Brown.
That's right. The other day.
Here we go. The pick is in for Baltimore. Or, excuse me, for Buffalo.
Yeah, Asante Samuel Jr., yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That wouldn't be a bad spot for him. That wouldn't be a bad spot for him, would be Buffalo. Where did his daddy play? Where did Asante play?
His daddy. He played at Florida State too, didn't he?
I think he may have. And you hear him, he says pass rusher. I think Barmore would make sense. Azeez Ojulari from Georgia, we mentioned him. Here we go. Wait no more. Here comes the commish.
He played at UCF.
Oh, Asante?
Yep.
Oh, defensive end for Miami.
I'm familiar with him.
He's a damn good player.
Good pick. Good pick.
That's a good pick. I like that one. You know, I think what we may end up doing is actually saving our grades for Saturday so we can look at some of these picks and give us some time to look at it. I think what we may do is go ahead and save that for Saturday after we get done with the voice of the Razorbacks, Chuck Barrett.
Okay, cool. Break down the pick, yeah. That way I can go back tonight and tomorrow we look at them and kind of break. That'll be cool.
Exactly. Plus, it's 11 o'clock at night, and we both have work in the morning.
True. It's been fun though, man.
Oh yeah, it absolutely has been. This has been great sitting here watching, these picks come in.
And talking about it, yeah, instead of talking about it after they came in.
Looks like we're going to get Jacksonville again starting off the draft tomorrow.
That's good.
Which, maybe that's where they go ahead and go offensive line.
Oh, they're going to have to, man.
Yeah. You've got to start addressing what you need to keep Trevor Lawrence, safe.
So 2 running backs in the first round. That's right. They're well projected. ETN and Harris. Okay.
We got, 5 quarterbacks.
Wow.
Second in the FBS behind Chase Young with 15 and a half sacks the year Chase came out. Wow. This kid is a stud.
Oh, you talking about him? Yeah, he's going to be a beast.
Yeah. This was a hell of a pick by Buffalo. Good call. Good call, Buffalo.
They got a strong fan base too, man.
Yeah, they do. They got a hungry fan base that's ready to win.
That's an understatement, boy. They are thirsty. Man. But like we said, man, you got to give them credit too, Mike. And I know you will. Baltimore drafts well, man.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Pittsburgh, they draft well. Now y'all
So,
trying to rub off on Cincinnati.
I'm going to be honest with you here. If I'm Baltimore, this is where I go ahead and get my offensive tackle. I think Jenkins out of Oklahoma State, Tevin Jenkins out of Oklahoma State will be the pick here. The kid is the best offensive tackle available right now. I don't think that they necessarily need help in the first round with their defensive line, and you just traded away. Orlando Brown Jr. This is where they need to go. Tevin Jenkins, Oklahoma State.
And guess why you have to? Because you still got a $200 million quarterback back there.
Exactly. And as much as I respect Lamar Jackson's ability to scramble, he's going to be scrambling for other reasons if you don't protect him.
He's going to look like Mahomes in the Super Bowl. And I'm
Exactly.
Tell you, this is year 3 or 4.
Of Lamar? 4, yeah.
Guess what? They're scrambling cool, but at this point, it's going to have to be out of necessity, and it's going to have to be design play call. You got to stand there and deliver the ball, man. That's
exactly.
Playmakers to deliver to. Bateman's and, he's going to have to, man.
You're right.
Coordinators on top of that running.
Exactly. And that's the thing, right now what I'm watching for with Lamar is can he start to actually advance in the playoffs? The past 2 years that they've made it with him, it's been a failure, They lost to Tennessee the year before last, and I forget how quick they got the boot last year, but it was pretty quick last year too. If it wasn't the first game, it was the second, and Lamar, Lamar's a big part of that.
Yeah, when you get all the big bucks, Mike, and you're the face of the franchise, you definitely have to take the
When
kids
you
with
win,
that.
it's on you, and when you lose, it's on you.
Thank you. Exactly. So with that being said, he understands that. That's what I like about him.
Exactly.
He's still hungry, man, but it gets tougher every year.
And here we go. The Baltimore Ravens pick is in. Like I said, this has got to be Tevin Jenkins for me. Oklahoma State offensive tackle. You've got to replace Orlando Brown Jr. Just do the smart. And it's Baltimore, so I know they're going to do the smart thing. It just is. I just assume that it's going to be offensive. It's going to be offensive line.
Yeah, I can see that, Mike. I can see that. Don't have to. You don't have to. They probably made that decision when they got rid of Brown. Say, hey, we're gonna get us one, and they may be targeting a specific guy.
Exactly. I mean, you're talking about this kid. You know, you got your throwaway pick with your actual pick, so you got Rashad Bateman. You were able to, help yourself out. Now you go back, you address your need in the first round, and you're good to go. You're set.
You're set, exactly. Now you can some teams may get some of these free agents, brother.
Right.
If they don't get a lineman here, we'll begin to think, okay, well maybe they'll get one later on. Again, they might just get one at free. It's over.
Exactly. And free agency is very possible for Baltimore. It's just like you said. Baltimore tends to build through the draft like Pittsburgh. So that's why I feel like they're more apt to go ahead and take that offensive lineman in the early part of the draft rather than, waiting on somebody that may have a little age on them.
Right. And guess what? It's going to be cheaper, too, to sign a rookie.
Exactly.
A free agent, he has to get the skill as a DN or the skill as a linebacker, So it's smarter to build through the draft. Trey Lance won the Walter Payton Award in 2019.
Really?
FCS Heisman, which is the FCS Heisman. Garoppolo won in 2013. Interesting fact.
That is interesting.
I like Garoppolo. He's a good dude. They said he asked for Trey's number so he can call him. Welcome to the team.
Exactly. And, I think Garoppolo's going to take this one in stride. He's going to understand what's going on, especially I still feel like New England may be on the phone with San Francisco to try to get something done to bring Jimmy back. But we'll see what happens. Here we go. Let's find out who the Ravens go with.
Well, you know what? I'm going to say this. It's a defensive-minded team.
Whoo! Okay.
Exposed to Pittsburgh, still an offense.
I mean, I'm not going to knock the pick by any stretch of the imagination. I don't know that I understand the mindset, but I'm also not going to knock it, if that makes sense. And Tampa Bay took absolutely zero time to make their pick as their pick is in now.
6'5", 252, a 4'3", what?
Woo! Hold up now. This sounded a little bit like Ray Lewis now. Hold up.
Did they say a 4.39?
Woo!
Did they say he run a 4.39, man?
I
At
believe
6'5"?
Woo!
Wow.
For a linebacker?
I like that pick. That's a Baltimore fucking Raven linebacker.
That's a good pick. That's a good pick. Okay.
439. Oh my God.
Woo!
Oh my God.
Not at all. You cannot teach that.
A 439. You're 6'5", 252.
Here we go. What are they going to get Tom Brady here? I don't know that you don't do something on the defense with the Buccaneers right now. I think that offense is good for the moment. I think we go ahead and go defense if you're Tampa Bay. Here we go.
Keep it defense. Okay.
Interesting. Joe Tryon going to clear us out here in the first round. The linebacker out of Washington. I told you, I think that the champs, they're good on the offensive side of the ball. The defense is where they needed to address something. So here we go.
Yep. You can't never have too much defensive talent in the NFL. Injuries. COVID-19, just anything can happen, man. So it makes sense. The champs are low.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you for joining us here with our our night one watch along for the NFL draft. Go ahead and check us out Saturday and as we interview the voice of the Razorbacks. Chuck Barrett will be along. We'll give our grades for all the round one picks. And possibly a little bit more. But for Mike Pettis, I am Michael Carnahan, and we will see you Saturday afternoon.
Good night.
Good night, Irene.